team is fun, but I'm afraid to lose.
Don't worry! Team up with friends. Rank up faster, rank up faster. Go and rank up, rating protection. Go and rank up.
Bonus points!
Go and rank up.
Double challenge point for you or for you.
No matter what, just team up with friends. Just team up with friends. Just team up with friends.
Here's Messi, away from 2, 3, 4.
The world's best player shows us just what he's about to get.
Is this on? Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my secret lair. Everything is getting put together right now. Perfect. This here is testing stage that ensures your safety during your ride. They are currently debugging the hub. See how it goes. Boy, it is powerful and agile. That just made me want to give it a go. Only after careful inception will the equipment be ready for release. All of this equipment can help you achieve victory. Get ready. Join us now.
Disfrutar el juego.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022 happening right here at Battle Arena, Malaysia. My name is Flavor, and if you guys still don't know it yet, we're currently here at the survival stage. And of course, if you guys have enjoyed all the matches that we have witnessed yesterday on day number 1 between Group Red versus with Group Red, today is yet another day as we'll be witnessing the matches in between Group Green versus with Group Yellow. And of course, joining me right here at this amazing venue is none other than our representative from Team FaZe Clan. We have MR5. And of course, we have our translator on the most right, which is none other than Faye. So good evening, and how are you feeling today, MR5?
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ดีครับตื่นเต้นดีวันนี้
He said a little excited.
And it's like it doesn't show, but still okay. Anyway, so how is the team's form today, and how is it different than the weeks that we had before in the league stage?
คิดว่าฟอร์มทีมของเราวันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างคะแล้วก็แตกต่างยังไงกับสัปดาห์ที่แล้วที่เราแข่ง
พร้อมที่วันนี้ก็คงต้องทำให้เต็มที่ครับทำให้มันดีที่สุดให้มันมากกว่าเดิมครับ
He said his from team today he will do the best and better than the last.
That was definitely something very convincing, definitely from FaZe Clan. And of course, now why do you think you guys were not able to qualify for the finals directly from the group stage? And are you able to actually do some changes in your strategy in this final week of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships?
เราคิดว่าทำไมครั้งที่แล้วค่ะที่เราเล่นเราถึงไม่ได้เข้าไปถึงในรอบไฟนอลแล้วตอนนี้เราคิดว่าเราจะทำยังไงเพื่อปรับเปลี่ยนวิธีการเล่นของเราให้ดีขึ้นบ้าง
รอบที่แล้วเราพลาดกันเยอะเกินไปครับแล้วก็รอบนี้ก็คงแก้ไขให้มันดีที่สุดมากที่เราจะทำได้ครับ
He said last time he make some like the mistake but he will prove it and now he will do it like better.
Yeah, most definitely they're going to be proving it definitely right here today, knowing that it's going to be their first time appearing right here at the survival stage for Group Yellow. And of course, our next question is, which player do you respect the most in the other teams that's competing for today, and why?
คิดว่าผู้เล่นคนไหนค่ะที่เราเคารพมากที่สุดนอกเหนือจากทีมของเราแล้วก็ทำไม
คงเป็นทีมไทยทุกทีมเพราะว่าพวกเราก็เคารพกันอยู่แล้ว
Actually he respect for the all Thai teams because we are all supportive.
Okay, all right. So for the Thai team, so quite it makes me want to question like why not the other teams, but still a really good answer. And last but not least, final question is that now knowing you guys are FaZe Clan, so the fans have very high expectations from you guys. So anything you want to say to all the fans out there who is supporting your team?
อยากจะพูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่ซัพพอร์ตเราบ้างไหมคะเพราะว่าเราเป็นFaZe Clanแล้วก็คือทุกคนเนี่ยคาดหวังสูงในทีมของเรามาก
ก็ยังอยากให้เชื่อมั่นพวกเราอยู่ครับเพราะว่าพวกเราก็จะทำให้มันเต็มที่แล้วก็ทำให้ออกมาดีที่สุดครับ
He want all fans believe in them and then still support to them. They will do the best to win this round.
And I hope you guys be sure to actually do that right here. Thank you so much, MR5 with an amazing interview right here. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan, and it seems that they're going to be bringing their A game right here in their first appearance on the survival stage itself. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this, and we're going to be passing it over to our analyst in just a bit and kickstart match number 1 right here in day 2 of the survival stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. We'll see you guys in a bit.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Survival Stage. At the end of these next 2 days of play, we'll have our 16 teams advancing through into our last chance stage, where only 5 teams will get through to have the honor of playing over in Indonesia here for the millions of dollars in prize money, and also, a little small note, of being called the best team in the world when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we have 2 gentlemen, was what we'll call them, to my side here to help break everything down. Luckily, they've been able to put up with me these last few weeks, but I think they deserve a reward in that fact by itself. We got Maxman here, looking very scary with his biker denim jacket on. How you doing, Max?
I'm good, and I got the jacket on because it's getting real serious now. Because yesterday, even if you had a bad day, you're still in top 16, you're still okay. But now teams from Group Yellow, I mean, a lot of teams have a lot of potential after what we saw in the group stage, so it's going to be a lot tighter now to see who's going to be in that top 16 to make it to the last chance.
Exactly, and Sandstorm going into today, right? One group here, Group Yellow, I believe, their only chance. Sorry, Group Green, actually. This is their final day of play. After today, they have to just sit and watch all the other teams and hope they have what it takes to stay into top 16.
Yep, exactly, and it just makes me feel a little bit bad for Group Green. Not only are they the group of death, but they're also the first group just finish off all their games, and like you said, they're just going to be sitting and watching and hoping that what they did in day 1 and day 2 was enough to qualify them, so they have to start off strong in today's games.
They have to indeed, but you guys at home who are watching need to be supporting as well. If you're watching within the Esports Center in-game, you get these little tokens that you can use to vote for your favorite teams. And we did get to see a couple of them actually yesterday. I saw 4EM extremely high. I can't remember who was #1 at the time, but if there was a talent one, it would definitely be Maxman and his biker denim jacket that has Mama's Boy on the back. You never see the back of it, so I'm just assuming it's going to be there. Quick little shout out though to Sony. They sold Xperia 1 for an Xperia stream made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And you know what Max says about intense?
Extreme.
There you go.
I know.
And you can play some PUBG Mobile while you're at the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. You don't even need to leave the hotel to have a great time because you're going to have your Pogi Mogi there to play at the pool, which I hope maybe we can do one of these days, gentlemen. Also, Prime Gaming, you get some exclusive in-game rewards for free if you pick up things with Prime. And you know what? I ordered myself a little something. Maybe it'll be here by the time the event's done. It should be, because you know what? With Prime, you get orders delivered even faster. Fantastic stuff. Maybe I can get my own Mama Boy denim jacket sent to me for the show and match with you, Max. But also, Max, I always have to come to you when it comes to this. The Maserati event. No, it's happening till the 31st of December. If you guys play now, you can get your skins unlocked. And Max, man, I can see you looking good in a Maserati with the denim jacket on.
This is supposed to be the moment where we highlight all the partners for the PMGC, and I got roasted like 3 times during the sponsor segment.
It's
is
fine.
This a new record? I don't know.
We can roast you a little bit further here after you guys at home give us a follow here on all of our official channels with PUBG Mobile Esports. Also our own little channels as well. You can do all of that there. But if you guys were watching before the countdown finished off, we had Flava on the stage doing an interview with FaZe Clan. And while we were watching this on the show, we're sitting there thinking to ourselves, is he going to throw... Oh, you're getting saved right now because we're not going to be back on camera for a second. We'll come back to that. Just remember, FaZe Clan, keep that in mind, Sandstorm, for me. Let's take a look at our participating teams though across of the entire survival stage. However, only Group Green and Yellow will be playing today. And this is the interesting thing for me, Sandstorm. We have a lot of good teams coming into the mix now.
Yeah, we really do. And I'm especially looking at the drop locations for Group Yellow, Group Green, and there's a lot of similarities. So today's games are going to be just that much extra spicy when it comes to it from the very get-go. And I want to see who from Group Yellow is going to be standing out, because when we looked at the stats for Group Green and Group Red, Group Green definitely started off stronger. I think they had 4 chicken dinners out of the 6 compared to Group Red, who only had 2. So I want to see who between these two groups is also going to manage to come out with the most chicken dinners at the end of the day as well.
And I do have to say, for Group Green, there is a very big positive, which is in the top 6 teams currently on the overall rankings, 5 of them are from Group Green. So already they're off to a pretty good kickstart. So Group Yellow is going to have a little bit of a tough time going into these matches, seeing how hot they were in yesterday's games. But man, looking at IHG once again, the previous Zeus team with some of the players from 2 years ago are back on board. And Icy, for you guys that caught the action with Group Yellow, this guy was absolutely on fire the entire 4 days of play for that group. It was absolutely mental, and it's good to see IHG, Jason, back on board on the global stage and performing as well as they did.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Tixie the benchmark when it came to damage when we looked at just the first 2 groups yesterday? I know he was the benchmark when it came to eliminations, but that's interesting to see that there's, 3 more people who did more damage than him, showing that this new group coming in with Group Yellow has a lot of heavy hitters. But team-wise, HVVP is still going to maintain that #1 position, Sandstorm.
Yeah, they still reign supreme when it comes to the damage, and it's just absolutely insane seeing not only are they the most when it comes to damage, but they're also the most when it comes to movement around the map as well. They are the team that traveled the most throughout the first day of the survival stage as well. So, and it was like a difference of 20,000 as well. So that's a massive amount that they're just traveling and rotating, and it just goes to show how much work comes out from the side of HVVP when we're looking at these games. And again, even eliminations, these guys are just unstoppable with 116.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that's, been tried and tested, right? We've known them under a different banner before. We've known them as being a top team in the world here at Max, and the pressure is starting to turn on for them, right? Their focus was, we're not going to sign with an org until we're done with PMGC. Well, right now they need to qualify to the finals.
Exactly. The thing is, if HVP do really well and go to the grand finals and they perform there, I think that they're going to have a list of emails saying like, hey, we're potentially interested in picking you up, HVP. I'm surprised it didn't happen before PMGC, but it's just looking great for them so far in this tournament. But I'm really hyped to see what HG can do because, as you know, Star another Mongolian team, already qualified directly to the grand finals. It would be super hyped to have the 2 only Mongolian team make it to the grand finals. So a lot of potential pressure on the side of IHC.
I mean, the fact is, right, for IHC, they were the team to bring Mongolia to the forefront in PUBG Mobile to show us what that region, what that country has for experience and for skill. And it's nice to see another team rise through the ranks, but to see the old guard, the original, the OGs get through back into the finals, that would be insane for me.
I'd love that. It would be amazing, really, if they could just come back, fight versus Stalwart, see which is the best Mongolian team. I think that would be a big question to see how things are going to pan out. But going through some of the replays of yesterday, Enigma, Sunstorm.
Listen, can we not? Can we not talk about them today? They're not even playing today's games, okay? They're not even playing today's games. We can leave them be for now.
I mean, there's a lot of great individual plays we saw yesterday. I mean, we started things off with a bang. I think we finished off with a bang as well. We had a couple of great city finishes, too, on top of this. But looking ahead to what's coming up here, I mean, there's one team in particular that, I'm sorry, Max, I'm going to have to make you talk about. It's Game Lord. I think if we were to be completely blunt about it, the performance we saw out of them in PMPL, we did not expect them to get into the survival stage. They got through off points originally to PMGC, but to make it into this next stage, we thought wouldn't be happening. I feel like they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but they have been able to at least survive for now, and that's, at least for me, a good sign.
I feel like we knew it was going to be tough for them in PMPL because the addition of all the CIS teams is going to make the region as a whole just a lot tougher to deal with. And I think that, no, they made it further than I potentially initially thought. So far, they're living up to some good expectations. I want to see if they can maybe go to the last chance. That would be my next question mark.
I mean, if they qualify and Mad Bulls didn't, like that to me is just like what's happening in this world right now, you know? As we take a look at our overall rankings, though, Sandstorm from the first day, Vampire currently in the lead, but only by 2 points. there really isn't a big gap developing pretty much anywhere across the leaderboards, though we do see maybe between 10th and 11th. But it's all about that top 16.
Yeah, definitely about the top 16, but the fact that Vampire Esports are in first place without a single chicken dinner, they managed to get a top 2, a top 3, and they even had 2 games where they ended up in 14th place. 2 games in 14th place, and they're still leading the charge. Not that big of a difference, but when we're looking towards the second page, this is where things get interesting, because Power Gaming are the only team from Group Green who are basically at the very bottom. If they don't start off today's games with an insane performance, if we don't see a massive change from game 1, they are going to struggle throughout the day, and they're not going to make it into the next stage.
Well, remember, Green, at the end of the day, they're going to be done. And if you're Power, like you have to be in a good, you have to put on a good performance today, or you're going to be almost out today, especially if you fall out of top 16 before we even finish things off. But looking at some of our top performers from yesterday, I mean, Vampire, that average damage, as you mentioned before, Sandstorm going out in 14th place twice and still pulling off that high of numbers is pretty ridiculous.
I mean, the amount of times that they just pick the right time to enter the zone is just absolutely ridiculous from the side of Vampire. And we can definitely see how they were able to come out on top in PMWI and get that first place, and then doing it again here so far, just absolutely insane to see.
I mean, Schweppes was the big standout for the team of Vampire. He had half the eliminations of his team at one point in the tournament yesterday. I think after game 4, game 5. Like, Schweppes is absolutely on the ball so far in this tournament, and if they can replicate it today, their spot in the last chance is almost pretty much confirmed, but this has potential to also convert in a spot in the grand finals. And we said it, Thailand is looking great this PMGC, and with FaZe joining the mix today, I think that we can expect some good things from the whole region right now.
Well, speaking of FaZe, thank you so much
for
bringing them up again. Typically, when we talk about FaZe and we have someone being interviewed for FaZe, we typically see them throw up their sign. Now, when talking about it while watching an interview, Max is saying, well, how can he throw up the sign? He's holding a microphone. If you're at home and you know what it is and how to do it, then you kind of understand how ridiculous of a comment that is. But Max, I want to see you throw up the FaZe Clan sign.
I've been trying for like 5 minutes, and Is it like
easy?
Is it? I don't remember.
It's this. There. F. That's it.
Oh, like that. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yes. Okay. I thought it was like something like you'd have to go like that, and you would do 2. I don't remember. That's on me.
Well, you're not allowed to pick FaZe Clan, I think, as a team to watch, but you did eventually get the logo right, so you can see here. You've got Reject in there. Happy to see them. Actually, talk to me about them.
I mean, I want to talk about them mostly because I feel really sad for them. They lost their spot to the grand finals in the final game to T2K. Like, that was just an absolute, my heart goes out to all of Japan right now after that match. It felt really bad. But I would have to say, this is the PMGC where I would say a Japanese team has looked the strongest they have ever been. Like, they've been a hyper-consistent team. When they took some top games, it was really, really confident wins, looking super aggressive. I feel like this, once again, is the most aggressive we have seen, especially Reject, in all previous PMGCs where they have participated. So I gotta say, my hopes are really high for them, and I really hope we can see them in the last chance, and if not, maybe make in the grand finals. I think they have the potential to make it this year.
I think just like South Korea, we've seen Japan every year just kind of get better and better and better. Thinking back to what Bluebees on the first PMGC we had, Max, we were pleasantly surprised at them. But you know what? Sandstorm, Power, talk to me.
I mean, I mentioned it before, and I'm going to mention it again. They have to start off with a massive change today. They need to start off at least with a chicken dinner to kind of alleviate some of that pressure, and the fact that they're in last place before we even start today's games. That has to change. Skylights Gaming and Bacon, specifically Bacon, they did get themselves a chicken dinner, yes, but you need to continue that performance if you want to guarantee a spot in the top 16 as well.
Well, we're going to find out soon as we're going to be starting off the day here with our first match of 6. It's going to be over to our casters, though, to bring you all the action with John, Allen, and Blake.
The first showing for the yellow teams. We're going to be going into match number 1, Blank. We're already raring to go, of course, as we are every single day that we're here. But are you looking at any of these new teams coming into this from Group Yellow as particularly strong or maybe particularly vulnerable with a lot to prove?
I think that, you're coming into this one and you're worried about some of these teams, maybe not all of them. I do think this is probably our weakest group here. I know that some people probably don't want to hear that. However, you're looking at Game Lord, who really did struggle during that Western Europe Championship. It was good to see them get through Group Yellow, honestly, over and from that 4th to 11th to get into survival stage in the first place. But the real question now is, can they make it through the survival stage? I think that, all things considered, I do think there's teams that should be below them. However, they have shown us a constant decline, in which case, if there hasn't been some really big problem solving, they may even drop out of the top 16. Reject, though, constantly coming back, constantly making themselves known over in the PMGC. We'll see what they can get done here. Honestly, a lot of these players you should be knowing, to be honest, by now. I mean, Duello, Reiji, Divine, Just This is a well-made group up of a lot of the best Japanese players that we have, including Just This coming through from Korea. So I'm excited for Reject in particular. I think maybe they can make it through. It would be nice to get to PMGC, but again, I'm always disappointed at the end of things. There seems to be a very, very bad turn of events for Japan a lot of times, but I think maybe this is the year for that to change, for a lot of different regions now stepping up in major ways and shaking up the balance in terms of regional power. Circle, not quite hit ourselves yet, but playing path very much to the south here, John.
They're really, really heavy on that south side, cutting down from Milta Power down to Primorsk, essentially, there on the plane. So places like North George going to be harder to get to for HVVP. They do sometimes alternate drop to Sosnovka military base. It looks like that's what they'll be going for this time as well. They play sort of on the west side of that. Places up north will be harder to get to, and that's what we'll be seeing from these teams. Lipovka dropped from Alpha 7, so they are going to be able to head out to that east coast standout. IHC going for Novo Ratnoya. Of course, these are the yellow teams starting to find their place over in Erangel. This is the first time we're seeing them drop as well, so it would be interesting if there's any sort of hot drops. South Plane Path, North Circle.
Yeah, this is a really rough one to start off the day here for a lot of these teams at the moment. Getting all the way up towards that north side of the circle is going to be tough. A lot of teams should be making their way out nice and early. Besiktas, though, fortunately, pace does go down to none other than Nenebete coming through from Inco, who's made a massive splash to the scene from yesterday. A fantastic amount of work done from basically just him with the support from the rest of his team. Currently sat very high up in the rankings at 63 points currently. HVP as well as VPE able to pick up some major points yesterday towards the end of the day, sit themselves now at 67 and 69. But I think Inco was the big surprise from a lot of us, and Nenebete still going all on his lonesome. This is versus another team over on this side. So very, very enjoyable to watch this guy play. So I think if anyone to look out for in terms of individual players, it's definitely Nenebete. He's made a name for himself throughout a lot of PMPL so far, and now in PMGC, still kicking it strong.
Absolutely. I tell you what, who else is kicking it strong? It's Captain Messi. Well, actually, Captain Messi is joining the PUBG Mobile Battlefield. Stand out on the battleground with the Messi football icon set. Grab them in PUBG Mobile now.
Absolutely. Really, really fun outfit as well. I mean, Flav was wearing it yesterday on the broadcast.
I'm so jealous.
Very jealous indeed. And also, I'm jealous of all of you at home who do have access over towards that 2022 PMGC Special Crate. That's running from December 5th, so not quite out yet, through to January 8th, but you have a long, long while to pick that up over an entire month. So make sure you are playing over Christmas. Spend time with your family as well, but also do make sure you get your hands on that 2022 Special Crate.
Absolutely. Make sure you're heading on over and checking that out. Besiktas, still going. Peace, they lost one earlier, sure, but they are going to have their revenge on Satan this time around to be able to pick up a point. A little bit of a boost to them, of course, in both of those teams' first games of this stage of the tournament. Shots going through, and actually Skylights Gaming going 1-for-1 on the trade. Ragnar unlikely to be able to get back up here.
That is an impressive amount of eliminations that are going through this early on, John. Honestly, I'm somewhat surprised. However, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
It's the South Plane Path, right? Going
it
for
is
those
that
vehicles,
South Plane Path. 100%, yeah. We're having a lot of crossings at this point in time. Geek, obviously losing one of their players there, not great for them. And now we're even looking down towards Tem Entertainment versus Besiktas. Zessi, Enjoy, Son HP looking to finish off this fight. Losing a player early in peace, not ideal, but the speed at which Zessi was able to pick up that individual elimination, kind of ridiculous.
It certainly was. I mean, that brought a little bit of spice to their life, I'm sure. Besiktas standing off on the west side of Yasnaya Pollyanna. At the moment, they are kind of locked into this by Tem Entertainment. Tem Entertainment absolutely pushing forwards on this. I wonder if Besiktas rolled up on the western side, actually, after the loot came through. The double barrel in hand. Bevy on the top rope with the Scar. Try and take some shots down, stop any pushes coming through, but Enjoy on the ground floor has a player on the inside to worry about. Double barrel of his own, has a Vector as well. So cooking that nade, but so is Zessi. Putting them back. We go.
I was blinded. However, Besiktas seem to have not had a great time during that. 2 players went down. Apologies we couldn't bring you the action whilst it was occurring. Talk about the playing path. It's the only thing that we had in mind at the time. In this point, Son HP will just be leaving us alone, though. Able to fend off against Besiktas. Son HP end for the wind. If you don't realize why, you've got 1st to 6th place on the rankings currently, we have a lot of points here, is because 2 groups played 6 of their total 12 matches yesterday, and now we have our new group in yellow coming in. That's from 16th to 24th downward. This is our secondary group, 8 teams, and they will be playing their 66 games today. All the way up.
Path in good time pull up a little bit closer on the compound, and Bacon Time have to divert a little bit further south. Be chivied on their way on this northern side circle.
I mean, Ingo getting into position very quickly here. They're loving to set themselves up into some very central spots with this northern circle, though less than ideal to get towards that center early on, purely because there are going to be so many teams who have already made their rotation up on towards this side of the map, crossing the waters early. I think, Skylight's Gaming done a good job to get up towards Severny as early as they did and then fend off some teams coming their way. Is something that Box Gaming struggled with yesterday, which is getting into a spot and then just really not holding that same presence, in which case later on you essentially just became a stepping stone for other teams. So it's good news for Skylight's Gaming, especially in terms of their point scoring, 36 right now. I think if they want to look safe in towards those finals, they do need to pump those scores up just slightly.
Just a little bit. And of course, today is the last chance for Group Green to get those points on the card as well. 6 games remain for them. Another docket on the menu for the yellow teams, but they'll still want to be putting as much as they can up and on the wall. Set that marker high if you can. HVVP and IHC both moving in from the south side, west and east respectively. You see they'll have to make their way up and most likely north of the river. Most teams have already committed to that north side though, so it might be tricky. However, HVVP, it's kind of home ground advantage on that west edge, right? North George, their drop spot.
Definitely a possibility to be able to get themselves into a nice spot here. Inco though, again, Skylight's Gaming, torn apart. This team is looking very good, and it feels like that confidence factor is coming in clutch at the moment, and that is very essential for them. Like you said, Group Green, this is their last day of play today. That includes Inco at the moment, so they would like to bump their scores up from 63, get themselves into a very, very solid position where it's very unlikely that they'll fall out. Skylight's Game, on the other hand, 36 points, losing a play like this early on, as well as being in Group Green. Their last day of play, they don't want to be going out with a set of bad games, because it could quite easily be that today Skylight's Gaming get 10 points on the day. That is something that could 100% happen, in which case yesterday getting that decent scoring in towards that medium bracket means absolutely. That side, like I say, that could pose a bit of a problem. I think for these two teams in particular, VPE and HVVP almost want to work hand in hand. I know it's a little bit crazy to say that considering they're first and second place at the moment, but being both in group green and both looking to essentially get the last chance. Yes, right now it'd be great to be in first place because you do get that big bump in prize pool. It's not a massive bump though; it's just $1,000 up every single time you jump a placement. But for both these teams, it would be unwise to fight against one another when they both know that they're both very capable at taking each other out. So I think that for both these teams, yes, keep slight distance from one another, unless it comes down to it, you're 1v1 in that end game, team versus team. That's when I think I'd full send it against one another. But right now, they have a mutual understanding that if they want to be secure in their position going into tomorrow, Group Green almost has to take that approach in these games.
Would be tricky. I think a lot of these teams are just going to be shooting at anything that moves, to be honest. It's not wise to divert games too hard when you know it's working. Into the lobby. Game Lord up against their first, well, I say their first, well, they've already managed to get an elimination on the cards. Looks like Robs was able to secure one. Geek have had a pretty tough time of it so far this game. They are down to their low player. Playing around the shooting range, Alpha 7 wants to make bunkers. At north side, they have moved from Severny. Just trying to take Tammy's towards the task. Oh, not quite fine. Oh, DBS not quite enough to put Revo back down, and that's a double knock on the front there. But the challenge will be able to succeed, but there is shots from the back line. Hang on a minute, there was a second coming through. There was a flush as well. Last player for Tem Entertainment.
Have a player in Mythic as well down towards that south side, so they were easily able to take out Tem Entertainment. Now they can start to move down towards the south. Mythic's been able to hold down Skylight's game for quite some time. It's a bit of a rough area though, honestly. So much open area around this bit. The fencing always comes into play where you've got nowhere else to play from, so you just send directly towards the fence. You hold up in that position. It's the only place to go, but more than likely you are not going to be making it towards that top 5 at that point in time. Alpha 7 though still have a good chance into this one. Vivo key towards the center of the map at the moment, as well as Son HP, basically just roaming around towards that center and shooting range, trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible, understanding that, yes, from yesterday, learning from a lot of these teams, that the case of kind of consistency really is huge right now during this survival stage. Getting a few points on the game is absolutely better than going out guns blazing right at the start.
User, just a moment, central position. Sides, but a southeast shift. This is 2 hard shifts in a row now that we've seen. First, southeast side keeps Game Lord in the slice, and FaZe Clan as well over on that east. Will still be in with the position. Bacon Time as well. They have that central spot. We've seen them be able to operate in those spots before and do so quite effectively.
Decent enough position. I think looking at them going forward with the high ground, it's not a bad thing for them to be able to play from this spot, watching down towards a lot of these teams. Unfortunately, northeastern side is where it is a bit more difficult for them because they don't have a huge amount of sight lines up towards that area in the first place. So keep an eye on that. Going to be slightly more difficult for them, but they will be able to have great angles down towards this western side, which is where most of these teams were able to make their way across. You know, Rozok, it's not likely a lot of these teams were heading over towards that Yaz Bridge side over Stalba. A lot of these teams decided to sweep up towards that western side of the map, which is much more smart for them, considering on that side as well, there's a lot more room to be correct. So, Bacon Time should have a clear idea of who's playing around them and which side of the map they need to be aware of.
Vampire. Good. Like they're going to be able to confirm that one away. The AUG doing a lot of damage there on that northern side. Very, very difficult to do there. Western edge to try and move through, but Vivo Key will make that more difficult. Vampire might be able to aid them in that pursuit.
Vivo Keyed taking a lot of shots at the moment. HVP in a decent position. They've got Matic and Meku behind over towards that western side. So they do have a couple of backstops. Again, it's this careful play style. We saw this yesterday. If you weren't with us yesterday, HVP were making a few adjustments in terms of how they were playing a little bit slower. They fell a little bit short with Matic yesterday taking a couple of knocks and a flush, but it was only 1 or 2. And after that, they were decidedly a different team, figuring out that, you know, making sure they could sweep over towards the sides of the circles. There's not a huge amount of central teams at the moment, and they're able to pick up a lot of eliminations doing it this way too. But it is getting fairly cramped now on this northwest side. No one's really opting down to go towards the center. So I think for HVP, this is probably the smarter playstyle, which is to really, really go at it patiently on this edge. Vivo Keyed is going to be an opponent they will have to face, though. That's on their northern side.
On the north, or from the western edge. Taking shots over towards FaZe Clan. Instantly hitting the deck there, like not wanting to take that shot. Not wanting to take that challenge. Contest a little bit too nerve-wracking. Shot spray down. Push on the north side. Really through on this crunch.
There's certainly an opportunity right now for the crunch to come in from HVP. I like that Kitsune is sent down towards the south, though, and I think for maybe Tixi, Meku, and Matic, understanding there's an engagement going on towards that northern side, yes, you might lose out on a couple of limbs, but heading down towards Kitsune and maybe trying to push through the circle towards Inko might be your best bet right now. Reject, on the other hand, have managed to slip their way into an insane position towards the center of the circle, inside a very, very nice compound, which they can start playing from. That's very much on the high ground too. And as their first game, their first innings, with 1 elimination so far, they're looking set for a decent match here. Unless something absolutely disastrous goes wrong on their side, it is unlikely they were going to see Reject be dismounted from this position at least the next 4 to 5 minutes. Inko as well, in that central spot, looking decently good for themselves. I think for Inko, today's games have just continually gone well from yesterday. Again, it's that momentum, that confidence they were able to bring through, and with not much to lose as a team coming into this where you didn't do so well in your group stage and suddenly you're having the games of your lives, it's happy days.
Down one on the northern side, under close and attentive watch from IHC, Godless. Over their way for a third party. They are able to dodge
Down one, suffering right now. Had a great day yesterday. Fell off a little bit towards the end. 2v4 coming through from them as well, which was pretty damn astounding. You love to see that type of thing. Osal tries to move up in the UAS, a fairly defended vehicle, but still quite easy to pop the players out from the sides through those windows. Favian now sending nades, everything he can to try and clear out this position with IHC in front of them, causing a massive problem for themselves. Osal gets back up though, surprisingly. Sung is down, Forest 2 bleeding out quickly, so just Osal and Favian now remaining for the down one squad, but 3 eliminations. I think that after clearing IHC and the majority of this northern side now being a little bit more clear, there is a possibility for down one gaming to get a little bit further into this match. HVP still hovering towards that western side, with Inco sending a slight scout towards the west, so should have spotted at least something coming through from them. Skylights Gaming took fair amount of casualties early on, and VPE certainly not over from their big streak out yesterday towards the end of the day. 6 eliminations, the most in the lobby by quite a bit at the moment, looking for a little bit more too, and this is just clearing out. This is the team that likes to go face to face, fist to fist with a lot of these other teams. They will go for these boxing fights, and usually, yes, they'll take 1 or 2 knocks, but it's absolutely worth it for them when they're taking position. A bit more of a messy team. Borrow.
bring it now.
Luketh, now from Vampire Esports. 3 players, 69 points so far, 8 eliminations. This is a very good start to the game for them. Inco also looking to get quite far into this game. They do get fairly circle blessed, and this seems to be a reoccurring trend for Inco. Maybe been given a bit of a dime here for the rest of these matches. However, they have had a massive improvement in performance, and this is that confidence factor. Sending 4 into the building. There's Nenebete going down. That's their key player, though, and that's really bad news for them. And the rest of them getting crushed by Reject as they move in. Sweep the leg. Just this now, looking for a little bit more, but the nades are out. They want to clear out this fight quickly. Ragey will take down Becca, as well as one more. In the meantime, Tixie takes a knock, as does Game Lord, so it's all popping off at the moment as teams try to get in. Vitali, last member remaining on the outside, very, very low, and Divine maybe trying to look through with the PP Bison. Nade goes back through, looking for a little bit more damage. Goodness me, it's all popping off all over the place. FaZe, massive damage on their side coming through from Game Lord. It looks bad for them as they took an initial knock, but they brought it back their way. Vitali running around, just trying to keep himself at bay, keep himself alive. He's managed to find his way into the building, pulled the old switcheroo on them. You see even HVP on the ridge side now, looking to try and capitalize on the tail end of this fight. Duello, and a nade over the top. Schweppes takes down Favia. 1 player left now for Down 1 Gaming. Look a little bit bad. I think that's them now actually out. Tixie takes another knock. They are really suffering badly on this side. They were looking to try and take advantage of this engagement between Inco and Reject, but in the meantime, they've been cut off by the guys from Power underneath them. Yes, they're sending casualties back their way, but the knocks are not enough. And HVP struggling a little bit. Now down to just 2 players, 2 eliminations. But again, everyone is similarly in a very bad spot. Reject now, one of the only teams alongside with Bacon Time with all 4 players standing. Victor out in the open. And it's Venturas looking to finish the fight there for them. 2 elims. 8 teams remaining, so we're not quite in that high caliber of point scoring potential just yet. HVP do go down, as do Game Lord in the blink of an eye. Now we're down to just 6 teams. Power with 6 eliminations found on the match. 2 eliminations for Game Lord. Down 1 Gaming still have a player in this though, in fact, so decently done for them. Osal just waiting in the wings. Still VPE, the big contender in this map up towards that northern side, that northern edge. I think you're looking at maybe another VPE win, just from the performance we've seen from them yesterday. On the other hand though, Reject, look at this. Look at the control they've been able to have, this Compound's been in for so long. They managed to sneak into this place nice and early. They fend off a good crash. They've got all the angles locked down there. And they'd set themselves up basically for that crash. It wasn't a case of presence in terms of taking shots outwards. They were literally waiting for someone to go for that crash and then take the shots inwards and get the crossfire set up. So a very smart move from them, understanding that that probably was one of the only options for some of these teams on the western side. 5 teams remain now. Vampire Esports up top. Circle moves away from everybody. So every single one of these teams will have to be crawling, moving in here at the moment. Bacon time. Get quite far into this match. They've done well yesterday at the end of the day with a pretty damn explosive finish. Now looking to carry this onwards. The performance that Bacon Time were able to put up inside of their individual group, I think that we were expecting to see something a little bit more out of them here, John. Reject. Good shots down towards Vampire Esports. Ravenclaw, the barest amount of HP remaining on him. Struggling to get back up on his feet. In the meantime, Vintoris, one of the last 2 players from FaceLam, actually looking to do a bit more damage. Bacon Time, goodness me. A world of hurt on their side. Schweppes, though, gets absolutely taken out by Reject. Divine sending bullets through, and that's 10 eliminations already for Reject. A great result from them in Group Yellow, and Vampire Esports are down and out. Noise looks for Tony K. He's moving up. This boy has done work over in their region before. Now into the thick of it. There's smokes everywhere. It's him versus the world at the moment. Vintoris finally up here to back up his teammate. And a nade. This one's going to have to be crucial. Looks to see where he sends it. It's in the right direction as well. And Bacon Time have to scatter. Back into cover though. And now Noise has to hit a big nade from this side of the map. He sees where the players are going. Tony K will take huge damage from this grenade, but he loses it in the wrong direction at the wrong time. And Vintoris runs straight past it. Shirty is getting burnt up. Now thrown a line by Aziz along the way from Power. 3 players up and still going. Tony K extremely low. Bacon Time might have time to restabilize here, but it is unlikely. Molotov is cruel coming through from Ragey though, capitalizing over the back of this fight. And again, we talked about how maybe Reject was in for the game of their lives here. The survival stage will bring them through to the last chance, and they're starting this off massively strong. Now Tony K going head to head. There's a jump out from the side. He's flying, goes through the air, hits him with the wings, buffets him back. And now Bacon Time have the potential to get all 4 back up on their feet. Even grabs his teammate with the barest health remaining on his side. Might even get the first aid kit through. And Bacon Time goes from a disastrous scenario to maybe a 4-man squad. Power keeps the pressure over towards Reject, who do still have to move in from that circle side. Most teams will have an awareness of their position. Kante now taking a nice little angle from the south side of the map here. This is going to give them a lot of advantage just in terms of information gathering. Maybe he'll be able to do something with it, but Reject still that 4-man squad. Didn't have to use too much utility early on. Able to hold on to a lot of that ammo as well with the vehicles. They're able to set up inside the building. They have a lot to work with here. Specifically that high ground. Look at this. Bacon Time up to 4 players. They have survived. They were on the ventilator for quite some time there, but somehow, some way, they've risen from the coma back into the fray here. Straight out of bed, still in the hospital robes, but they've got a gun in hand. They're making it happen. Aziz, nade over the top. Just this. Takes a knock there. This is not how Reject would like this game to pan out. If only FaZe were able to do a little bit more on that eastern side versus Bacon Time. It's going to have gone a lot better. Style. 10 shots back up on that side of the map. And we're into that final zone now. As it starts to close, everyone will be having to head towards that open ground. Reject have that lifeboat, but look at this, Kante all the way down towards where Bacon Time are currently playing. Aziz is still holding on, just this heads down, and Kante might just be able to line up the entirety of Bacon Time here. Look at this, they're so low. Divine's putting in the damage too. Aziz explodes one of the players. Kante steps up, finds one. That Shirty's down, but Reject also have a spot on his position. He is ducking and diving, trying to get back up on his feet and get out the way. There's one other player from Reject down now, just one left remaining. 07 trying to do as much work as possible to keep Bacon Time at bay. They expected them to be much more hurt in this scenario after the amount of damage they put their way. Divine steps up though, finds at least two. Goodness me, that's Style and Ice down. Kante still up. Can it be that Divine is able to bring back the game for Reject? He's working with very limited cover here, but 07, they'll have to drop out of the action very quickly. 11 eliminations found so far for Reject. Divine might be able to take them all the way, but he has since spotted. His position is known. He runs out and Kante finds it. This guy's been quick on the trigger yesterday, and looks like that hasn't changed at all. He's gone to bed, woken up early. He's feeling good about himself. Noise now. Certainly has to bring the noise. Bring the thunder. Raise the boombox. Get these boys back with a sound wave that he's never brought out quite like this before. 07 moves outside. Nade, crucial. Behind the tree. Maybe he can get a good amount of damage done. Both players laid very low by this. Has to make a good decision. 07 really can't move. This nade will be good, but Kante deals a huge amount of damage, and that gives time for 07 to move out. Power able to finish out the game. They're grabbing the chicken dinner, and that will be them taking their first match. Power needed that one as well from yesterday. Get themselves up into a good position. I think from a team in Group Green, that is massively influential. They've been looking for a game like that for quite some time. Kante, though, 100%. Massively key player for that team. The kind of stuff he does is just unbelievable. So bold, so aggressive. It is unacceptable that he gets away with these things so many times as well, but that is a chicken dinner. Going over to your boys on Power. I think this is the team that, I was talking to Max about before, and he was like, I was hoping to see a little bit more out of them. And finally, there you go, coming through. 7 eliminations, 472 damage done coming through for Kante. And I think that, yes, that damage number looks very low there. Regardless, that is still a case of Kante just being able to put in that efficient work, that efficient damage that gets them towards the top. 458, it's fairly even across the board here, but 4 knockouts, 7 eliminations. He is just sending players to their graves at the moment, ushering them down the River Styx. So very good stuff from Power to finish it now. Is not an easy position to play as well. They're always on the back foot from the outside of Bacon Time. Again, though, Bacon Time, on the other hand, getting 4 players back up on their feet, absolutely unreal. It's crazy to do that, crazy to be able to restabilize from a situation that seemed so hopeless there. Al-Haji, 394, not bad at all. But yeah, some of these teams desperately needed those points, and I think for Reject, we said this about the teams that were coming in yesterday when it was that first match. Getting a big buffer like that at the start of the day is very, very nice for you. I think they ended the game with 11 eliminations and 10 placement points with the third place to be able to pick up. 21 points. They were already now on par with a team like Skylights Gaming. I think they started the game with 36, so 22 points. They've got third of the points that Skylights Gaming were able to get yesterday. This sets them up very well for the rest of the day. Again, now it's just a case of keeping up that consistency, those point scoring potentials, which is what we always want to see in this survival stage. You just make sure that you are beating that last game. Make sure you're beating what you did prior and constantly improving your strategy, because that's all you really can hope to do here. It's just the top 16 you need to get into before we head towards that last chance, and that's where we need to be. That's where we need to see these teams, and if you do get over towards that last chance, you didn't know, it's the top 5 that head towards that grand final. But it is Power to take themselves a beautiful chicken dinner here from a very, very unlikely position.
Well, I know one person is going to be extremely happy about that result. Sandstorm, having them as a team to watch. Power Esports come through with 27 points on the match. Now, the important thing is they had 16 points after 6 matches yesterday, and they just over doubled their points from 1 match alone.
Yeah, absolutely incredible start. And it started off with a 4-man drop on Gatka. Yes, they had a POI. They actually decided to go to Gatka. It was a nice 4-man split, very close to each other. And then they started rotating towards the eastern side from Yasnaya, taking that fight with HVVP. Absolutely incredible performance from them. They decided to pick the right time to join the fight in the 6th and 7th zones. You had 4 or 5 teams fighting off, and it was just them on their own. And Kante he just went full beast mode there.
I just love how Kante is supposed to be the support of the team. Like,
right?
I am my own support. I'm gonna, you're done, mate. He just survived so long too. He was getting sprayed down by, I think it was Reject at one point. It was also Bacon time, and he was just prone. And in some weird way, he just tanks everything, and he just after obliterates all of the players up north of his location. It was mental, but man, okay, Power, I said you were maybe going to curse them. Sandstorm, I do apologize. Like, they really showed a big fight in HVVP 2 early in the game. That was, I would say, a fight that they were potentially going to lose because it was literally an uphill battle. And they won it flawlessly, still keeping 3 to 4 players alive. So, man, I'm impressed in his first game. They knew they did not want to remain in last place, and this is the step up we needed from this team.
Well, I know if it came down to you two doing your fan vote, which team would be currently in first place. Let's actually check in with the leaderboards overall, and we still have S2G in first place, Bigatron in second. We have some teams in there who, well, I don't believe they're participating
1 million?
anymore.
Yeah, 1 million.
I don't think they're in the event anymore. But you know what? They're still your favorites, so we got to respect it. Even Besiktas getting there at number 5. But Maxman, we talked about Power, we talked about Sandstorm, having them as a team to watch, but you had Reject, and Reject did some pretty insane stuff, to be fair, especially against that fight up against Inko.
Exactly. The fight versus Inko, I think Inko pulled the trigger at a really good time because there was HVVP behind them, there was also Power. Like, they were kind of pressed for time in that game, so just like, okay, that compound still in circle, let's just breach onto Reject, see how it works out. The thing is, that compound is very hard to breach because you got 2 main buildings in that area, and what Reject did that was really smart is just instead of holding the 2 buildings, they're moving back as a full squad, going to one of the buildings and just nade the other side, and Inko just got completely caught off guard by that, lost players almost instantly, and then like Squash didn't have a shotgun, so of course they're not going to win the fight, and it worked out great. So I think that their Reject are looking confident the way we wanted to, and I'm happy to see their mental fortitude was not broken after, losing their spot in the finals to T2K. So amazing start from the Japanese team.
Exactly, Sandstorm. I mean, the fact is, they were extremely close. When we say extremely close, they were dead even in points. It came down to a tiebreaker to determine who would get through directly into the finals. And for them to show up in their first match, put a performance like this on, already be top 16 from 1 match alone, that is a good sign of when it comes to them and obviously their consistency.
Yeah. But a bad sign that we're seeing from the yellow team is the fact that the first 5 out of the 7 teams that were eliminated were teams from Group Yellow. And you see the teams from Group Green. Vampire, who were leading the pack at the start of the day, are still performing very, very well. And they're at 84 points in first place, building themselves a solid lead. HVVP and Inko right behind them. But when we go to that second page, we finally get to see some of the teams that actually joined us for the first time when it comes from Group Yellow. And Reject are getting dangerously close already, and that is only their first game. You can see the comparison. They're already over I8, who managed to play 6 games already. So this is already looking dire for the likes of I8, for Rivals, Box, and even DRS at this point. So it's going to be a very interesting date for them tomorrow, but we want to see what Group Yellow are going to do for today as well.
Yeah, I'm extremely worried, but again, this is, I guess, maybe the up or downside, depending on how you look at it for them, is that they get to sit here and see what is that benchmark? What do we need to surpass going into that final day of games? As you can see here, we have more matches coming your way. We got Miramar coming up next as our second match of the day. We'll be obviously having 2 throughout the day, with still 2 Erangels and 1 Sandhawk to come. But if you're on the top of the leaderboard here, I think my question comes down to, do you just continue the pace that you're going at? Do you try to experiment a little bit more to feel more confident going into the last chance? Is there any change in play style you expect at all out of these teams, knowing that they're most likely going to be through as long as they just maintain some sort of status quo?
I would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm thinking that should be the approach for a lot of these teams right now. Just want to make sure we make it into the top 16. If you're safe in like the middle of today for the teams of Group Green, then make sure you can mess around a little bit, try things out. But I would say if you're your Vampires, HVP, like top 6 teams currently are all teams from Group Green. So if they want to experiment a few little things, they can, but don't change drastically. Like you're still not 100% safe right now.
Yeah, and let's not forget, don't forget that there is a prize pool for the survival stage and for the last chance as well. So the better that you do in this stage of the tournament as well, you're still ending up with a much bigger prize. And like Maxim said, it's not broke, no need to fix it, just keep going at the same pace that you're at right now and you should be perfectly fine. But we would like to see a change when it comes to the last chance stage of the tournament.
Okay, well, taking a look at our teams to watch here, we do have Max switching things up, going with Power, going with Bacon Time. Go with I sure don't have these backwards.
It actually, looking back at it, yeah, kinda. I just took your picks out of the impression right now, Sandstorm. But I gotta say, Power has impressed me in that last game, so I'm like, I want to see a follow-up potential from that. Maybe not chicken dinner. Okay, hopefully I don't curse them. I hope not. But I do think Power showed some really different approach and really good aggressiveness compared to yesterday's matches. I think that is a change we needed to see from them. So I love to see these changes being made day to day, and I think that we needed that from Power. So I'm sold, and I want to see if they can hopefully keep up this momentum.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, your picks. You had Besiktas in there, you had GK, you had Tem Entertainment. What were their choices behind that one?
So you had Besiktas and Tem Entertainment. Both these teams dropped in Yasnaya, one team on the east, one team on the west. And that was kind of like the state of play in their group stage. And the fact that it's happening again in these games, but we're seeing Tem take the fight to Besiktas at the start. And the fact that they were split at the start of the game, they lost a couple of members and Tem managed to get a couple of kills. Same thing for GK. They hot dropped near Dom 1, near Skull, and near Rozak, which is their usual drop. But again, they lost players. So this has to change going into Miramar. You can't have hot drops. You need to start over. You need to get some points in these games.
All right, well, the next match is almost ready to kick off here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with you in just a few here to get things going to our second match of the day.
at this. And we're back. It's me, Blank. I'm all by myself. Don't worry about it. It's fine. John is just on a little bit of a vacay at the moment. He's sorting things out in his own time, but we'll get him back to you as soon as possible. Besiktas here. Obviously, you've been watching, you've been enjoying the game in the meantime, which is great to hear. I'd like to see it. VPE currently 84 points, so very far ahead, looking like they're in a good spot in terms of Group Green. HVP down in 71 points, not able to get as many points as they would have liked that last game, but there's not a lot of teams catching them up here. Power, though, 43 points. That's a big jump up for them. That was happy days. They've overtaken Skylights Gaming there, and A7 put themselves in a decent-ish position over with 62 points. Remember, this is another one of our teams that will play out their final games today. We had 6 games from Group Green yesterday, and now, obviously, 6 more games for Group Green today, too. That will be their 12 matches concluded heading into tomorrow. Group Green will have to cross their fingers and pray that they do not have that issue coming through for themselves. Power, though, 43 points. That last game was very nice. They do need to keep putting up those kind of performances, though, considering the day they had yesterday. That is what happens when you don't get a nice buffer on. In the meantime, though, Besiktas already lost one of their players, which is really not a good start for them coming through from Group Yellow. Luckily, they will take down Icy here. Zessi being able to pick up that elimination. However, is it too late for them? With the rest of IHC actually being able to converge on their position, this is still a case of 2 teams battling head-to-head at the moment. And with not a lot of loot in this area for Besiktas to be able to comfortably grab moving from building to building, they might be struggling slightly. Game Lord back on board with them. 2 eliminations so far, so doing very, very well for themselves. Still at 4 players as well, which is nice to see. We'll be looking for a little bit more points in this game. Unfortunately, a total of only 4 from that last game is not really good. So they do need a bit of a pop-off game this time around. And if they don't grab that, you know, again, that buffer is a little bit rough. Now, Rob's over towards in Game Lord's region over in Western Europe was just the king of the actual DBS itself. And it looks like they're absolutely putting in the damage, putting in the work, and Inco Gaming suffering heavily because of it.
Hopefully I'm back, Blank. Hopefully I'm back into the mix with Game Lord on the hillside, right next to Inco as I just get back up to speed with what's been going on. Blank, it looks like there's been a little bit of chaos here on Miramar so far at the start of the game. Game Lord, they've taken a knock, but they've got a whole chunk of points coming on through. On this eastern side. Hacienda looking at pretty well controlled right now. Besiktas getting enveloped by the blue near IHC. Both teams with 3. This is all the way out in El Zahar. They're sort of locked into this combat, Blank. No one really with the vehicles to get out of there at the moment.
Alex now looking over towards Besiktas. His boys are now out in the blue, so a little bit rough for them, but will start to make their way in. 7 minutes into the game so far, so blue will be moving. There's only a couple of teams out on the outside. Besiktas, obviously, as well as IHC. And Tem Entertainment down towards that southeast side. Hope, Geeke, looking up towards Vivo Keed, up on the highest of heights. And you could also be up on the highest of heights in terms of elation and enjoyment when you do grab yourself that 2022 PMGC special crate. So make sure you're heading in-game to pick that one up over on PUBG Mobile. That's running from December 5th all the way through January 8th.
Got plenty of time, Blank, plenty of time, but it's not out just yet. You still got to wait. I know it's the first day of December right now. We've got 4 more still to go before those will start to run. Circle on that northwest side, just about to pop, and again, goes northwest. HVVP controlling a massive triangle of area there, with Tixi as that south outpost. Going to be slowing down a lot of teams, Blank.
Yeah, this is now really a position where you want HVP to start regrouping. That high ground that Tixi's currently on is absolutely gargantuan in terms of being able to perform from there. We have seen a lot of times in the past, though, through several different regions, especially in PMPL, that if you take up this position, it's not as insurmountable as you might hope it would be. There's a lot of teams, including Inco's position, which is just off towards that eastern side, that can rock up towards the top. You can easily get up there with a buggy and quite quickly, too. You could even head through La Cobreria. And that's what's difficult about Tixi's position at the moment, is because the circle is so towards that northern side, doesn't make it massively priority for HVVP, but they still have to hang on to it just for informational gain and also for
a little bit of that presence sake, right? You want to make sure that you have that ability to head up there later on if you want to hold out in that position on the high ground, taking shots down towards everyone underneath.
Shots towards FaZe are working out fairly well for the enemy right now. Ventura's very likely to be going down. Will be taken away by Akashi. Now 5 eliminations for the French squad, Game Lord. Do really want to keep up and proving themselves that they deserve to be here after their showing in those European Championships. It wasn't super hopeful for them with only 4 points on that first game. Getting 5 eliminations already. It's looking pretty solid. Tony K over the hillside from Reject right now. Gets up and for the first really cleanly. Tries to get away with it, but there's an off angle. Ragey look at it, lay down the Mini 14 shots, and it will be good to find Tony K. Will be able to get the teammate back up and FaZe down a player as they move in on that south side. Trying to push in past Game Lord, but Game Lord will not allow that either. Narvalo able to land the shots over to MR5. Blank on the hillside. Ragey pinches it away.
I mean, for Narvalo, just the moving shots with the DMR, honestly, with that kind of scope as well, it is very impressive, to say the least. I think he realizes that when there was other teams that area, so he had to be quick with it. And he was able to get up there, get that elimination done and dusted. And I think that looks more like the Narvalo that we've come to expect and love. And I think there was a lot of disappointment coming through from the Western European fans for Game Lord. Expect them to do a little bit more, get a little bit more done. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And getting through from PMGC points alone with the state of things over in that championship was very unfortunate. So I do think that when you're looking at it at the moment, this is a good start for them with 5 eliminations coming through into Miramar. It was always a map that they were able to succeed on before. I think when they were in their heyday, it kind of looked like, you know, Erangel was really where they were popping off a lot of times. But Miramar, that's where it all started for the guys from Game Lord.
He's trying to dodge around the bullets from Maku right now. Actually working out pretty well. Lycan staying frosty, but unfortunately there's 2 players right in front of him. He gets to safety on one angle. He's just going to get shut down here. I don't think he lasts too long. No way does he get away with this. There's shots coming through. HVVP suppressing these positions. I think there might be as well. Might also be coming from Vivo Keed on the other side of it. It's really difficult in this valley. Goodness me.
I mean, for Lycan, he has been on one hell of a journey for himself alongside with the rest of the teams. Great nade, though, will take down Noise, and that leaves Bacon Time with just 1 player remaining. Now, maybe if they'd regrouped and trying to head towards his position in the first place, perhaps they could have taken down Lycan, but you bring a good point, John, in the sense that there is very little amount of area that you can take in this space, purely with the amount of high ground that HVP is currently controlling and the high altitudes in this area, full stop. There's a lot of teams that can see you, there's a lot of teams that can take shots down towards your position. Tem Entertainment taking that position that does challenge HVP spot up on that ridge side, that massive high ground, which they're currently using very much to their advantage. I say Tem Entertainment could maybe challenge, but they're getting picked apart.
There's very little you can do when you've got those angles, when you're playing 3 at the top as well. Now they've left Tixie down south. He knows this area very well, the general scouting position. Vivo Keed on the opposing side of it. Going to be holding off against Reject and actually just hold them straight on out immediately. Reject eliminated from squad to nothing. Burnt to ashes there. Really unfortunate. Vivo Keed picking up 5 eliminations so far on the game. Brazilian team looking good to start off their Miramar.
Didn't have a massive splash over in the Americas Championship. However, they did still look very good. I think for a team that has come a long way, again, in terms of improvement, in terms of performance, it's fantastic stuff. Now, Power, another team that's looking to continue to get these big score points on the board for themselves, knowing that they're going out at the end of the day. This is excellent news. 3 eliminations, or potential eliminations here, and 3 knocks. There's not much more they can do, but a beautiful nade that comes through. In the meantime, Game Lord is getting absolutely decimated, the guy from HVVP, and just like that, Tem Entertainment goes out in 15th place, 0 eliminations.
I think it was Besiktas. Yeah, Peace was able to get the headshot over onto the final player, and that eliminated the entire squad. Besiktas, another points qualifier so far, but only 2 points on the first game from the Turkish region coming on through, but Peace is looking to pick up a couple more as Robs will fall to him. Player up on the hillside, very low. Probably going to be looking to heal, but Rob's taken away. Actually, HVVP are going to be able to command that one. Player on the outside as well, as HBVP continue to use this dominant high ground position. Shots coming through, the Game Lord swept aside.
Yeah, this is always a fantastic spot, especially when you're HVP, able to take as many shots as you like down towards this area of the map. And again, it's that clearing potential, and HVP certainly has it. Next circle, though, heads up towards that northwest side, so they will have to leave this ridge side. Now, they've let their presence be known. A lot of teams should be aware of the eagle up in the nest now. Power certainly will be. And I think for HVP, one of these knocks over to Power would be really, really nice just for them. In terms of rotational paths, I think this is one of the teams that could stab them in the back. So Tixie currently having a little bit of a gander down towards the south side of the ridge, making sure there's no teams that are coming up from behind. Again, it's this new type of play style. It's very, very CIS orientated, which is the I think it kind of originated there as well, where it's the 2-2 split, but it's 2 inside the circle, 2 out towards the blue. Can't really do that so much anymore with the circle settings, but what you can do is have 2 players very close to the edge of the circle and 2 players scouting from outside that blue side. They have sent Tixie as well as Meku very far out in the blue at the moment to try and pick up maybe some loot there, which is fair enough. You want to get that utility, make sure you can smoke out that position before you do head down the hillside.
Yellow trying to take shots over towards GK, but getting peppered away. I think there was a third-party angle coming through. I imagine from HVVP, they continue to leverage their positioning. You can see them moving westward along those ridges. We'll be trying to control there. Vampire up in La Copraria. One of their players down. Schwepp is close by, but shouldn't be... should be a little bit trickier maybe than you'd like to get up and get for that res. Power on the hillside against Besiktas. Besiktas trying to roll on through at the moment. Peace is very, very low. He's been picking away at the points for the rest of the lobby, but it's not going to go well here against Power. Rolling off the back of a chicken dinner. They're going to be able to find Besiktas, bring them down in 13th place.
I'll say HVB up to 5 eliminations now, which is good stuff. Tixie does go down. That's from A7. Carrillo takes a lot of damage in the meantime. That's from Matic. And now Mythic looks to try and administer the medication. However, some good shots coming through from HVB will keep that position nice and held down. Again, this is one of the spots that maybe they would like to pass through onto. So for them getting a lot of those knocked over towards Power, which opened up a lot more for Besiktas to get done, HVB's almost open the door for themselves to get in towards this circle. I think continuing to challenge out towards that northern side, or towards that Coparia itself, maybe not the most smart idea, I'd say, just because you expose yourself to a lot of angles when you could just head towards the center. I mean, Vitali's holding out all on his lonesome in one of a very, very nice compound towards that north side. No one's challenged him. That could be a very easy spot that HVP could send over towards.
We'll need to figure out how to regroup here. We are in zone 4. It's probably likely that you're going to need to get a little bit closer to one another fairly soon. EK with 2 players still alive. Hope down the side, trying to spot out these Vivo key players. Next circle could really change things up for them, and in fact it will do. On that south side, it's really going to isolate those teams who have been on the high ground for so long. And actually, Skylights Gaming, with their 2-2 split, in some really priority positions.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot for Skylights Gaming, but now Vitali's position becomes really, really influential. Now, this is where I'm saying that, HVP could definitely send out towards this spot, go for the crash. It's a little bit more difficult because you don't know if there's a 4-man squad over here or not. So getting that scouting down early is going to be slightly more difficult to get done. But it is certainly a position that is now very free, and teams just don't know it yet. Down 1 Gaming, rolling up on VPE. 2 heavy hitters heading against one another. Already Fabian starting things out strong versus Fluketh.
Just going to immediately take them down. Was more worried about the players inside the building, and the rest of Vampire fell off. They didn't have control of those sight lines. They weren't backing up Fluke on that wall. They decided to just invest on keeping 3 alive instead, but they might lose a little bit more than that now. With 1 more player stoned, trapped on the upstairs, very, very close by. Schwepp is across the road, maybe looking at some of these shots, but with the smokes already bloomed here, Vampire, there's not a lot you can do. Stops, drops out. Actually, there's knocks coming through from a third party. IHC entering the mix of things. running across the road. That smoke on his front left just about to fade away, and IHC are covering this crossing. A very, very difficult move to make for Vampire, but they're just trying to stay alive at this stage, Blank. They'll take what they can get. IHC are on every single side of them, but for some way, they managed to drop those smokes, allow themselves through that path. Stops, gets across to the wall.
It was always going to be difficult to leave this position, and you might think, because we always say this, you don't want to head into a city too early, but I think for these players, they realized that there wasn't really anywhere else for them to go at this point in time. Heading towards this area was probably one of the safest bets they could have picked up. And, going out in the open zone, you're more likely going to get shot at by Skylights Gaming, or assume that there is a 4-man squad over towards where Inco Gaming and Vitali is currently playing, get shot at by them. So overall, a difficult push for a lot of these players. Vivo Key do find at least one over towards Geekay, currently trying to make their way through in the blue, but 2 go down. That's from HVP. Tixi, as well as Kitsune, heading in for the backstab here, acting as the rogues in stealth, and they drop out and will hit the ambush.
This is what you want to see from HVVP, moving through, sweeping at their back, and not going to be vulnerable. The center crash, it might have been solid, it might have been good, but they decide instead they just want to take control of more area in these final circles. Vivo Key have so much to worry about. Sliver of HP on the final player. Geekay do take a tumble. HVVP putting Vivo Key under massive, massive amounts of pressure on this south side. They want these ridgelines, they want these hills all to themselves, and quite frankly, there's no one stopping them right now.
Yeah, I think the sweep down towards the south side is actually a really, really intelligent decision from them. Taking the sweep down towards the south side means they have more time to play out towards the north, understanding that, up towards that northeast side, that's a huge hotspot. They don't want to challenge that out. If they can start, slowly eliminating some of these teams down towards the south side and clearing out one by one, that is much easier than taking to those teams on the north side. Sure, they might be able to do it, but at what cost, realistically? Right now, they're picking up 9 eliminations, looking nigh on 10 for almost free, to be honest with you.
Matic repositions after the shots came through. Tixi keeps them on the swivel. This is solidly how you deal with a player. You don't want to get into nade range. Tixi has taken a little bit of damage from it. Meku still just keeping those sightlines clear, keeping them covered off, maintaining some high ground presence as well. Agrelin, last player standing for Vivo Key. To be fair, stayed alive for quite a while, but I imagine that's going to be the end of it. Kitsune gets the burn down on the knock. A resupply comes through. 10 eliminations now for HVP as they start to ramp up on this south edge.
It really took their time with that as well. They didn't want to lose a single player to any silly little knocks or flushes coming through. It happens far too many times than I can count, where you have one player that you go up against and you win the fight, sure, but you lose a player in the process. And going 4v1, being dropped down to 3 after that is not something you feel very good about. Now, I like that Meku remained in the backlines. They understood that they only needed 3 players for that if they took it slow. There wasn't a lot of sightlines from the north side that could really challenge them out. Now, HVP hold a very strong spot to just take some really good sightlines up towards that northern side, especially as a 4-man squad. They have a lot of angles that they can cover. They can cover their back easily. And again, they're playing this 2-2 split almost. You have 2 on the outside watching towards the blue, making sure there's no one coming through from those unexpected angles that have happened so many times. And you just really like this type of play. It's a team that has a massive engine in them that they can start burning when it needs to go. But in the meantime, they keep it on idle when it needs to stay cool.
Vampire continue with 3. First elimination of the game. Their miraculous crossing did go well, but they still have to go a little bit further now, and IHC will try and stop them. The push comes through. Ziol around the outside, just stopping them from hopping out the back and giving them the old swivel. Alex spotted. That's done one on the third-party engagement there. Around the side, around the edges. Osal with those off angles. Rather off angles. The high ground position will be good. HVVP dispatch power in the meantime, but IHC actually doing a lot of work. One player down, looking for the flush, will be able to find it. Steps out, doesn't take any damage. This is really masterfully played here by Ziol, but finally does get taken down as Ravenclaw sends out wide. Vampire knocked down to 2, but they are still alive from Xperia. Nades from HVVP now being sent over towards Alpha 7 as they lie down the hill from them. And that's a position that nobody really wants to be in when HVVP are on form.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 is in a really tough spot. A lot of teams over from the city were available and angling themselves towards where Alpha 7 were playing. Meku picks himself up a massive 4K there. Really good stuff coming through from him. Will just clear out a huge amount of space. Not the 4K, just the 3. So Revo's still up and kicking. Meku, oh dear me. I think without the level 3, that could have been game over for him. Blessing his lucky soul, he did hold on to that for a long while. But look how looted and booted these guys are. Even with the AWM, looking to put in the hurt towards these guys. As soon as they step out, if you can hit that shot, I mean, with down one game and the amount of fights they've taken, the best has got to be really damaged, so it should do the damage. That is a bold shot. I'll give him that. I like that he went for it.
He's going for another as well. Not going to be able to land them with the AWM. Center circle. Vitali has stayed alive this whole time in a fairly undetectable spot, actually. To be fair, it's covered off from a lot of angles. Unlikely that anyone actually is going to detect this until it becomes the focal point of the next circle.
Yeah, Inco Gaming is playing for last chance. That is about it so far. I think that they have had some great games, but on top of that, they've also been able to hold on some very good central positions and find themselves in an area where it works out for them. Fabian underneath the vehicle. Tixie still just trying to find these shots. Gets a good one. Doesn't quite eliminate the player. More shots coming through, and that little bit of damage is all that they needed to put the rest of the hurt in.
Oh, Vampire extracting their points as well from the down one roster as they get pulled apart at the seams by everybody. 15 eliminations now for HVVP. This early into the game, at 26 minutes with 13 players still alive, this is mad coming through from the squad. Tixie lands another Orm shot and Kitsune picks up the point for them. 16 eliminations now. Matic moves down the hillside, playing a 2-1-1 right now for HVVP in the final circles.
Oh, this is a disgusting game coming through from HVVP. Matic spots the player, but it's quickly refragged there from Meku. Great stuff, 17 eliminations. This will see them very far up the tables if they can secure themselves the chicken dinner as well. 20 elements would set them up at 35 points, sailing them directly towards triple digits. Tixie's still got bullets in the magazine for this bad boy and looks to let it roar once again, just like Captain Messi.
It's the old extended mag there, 7 rounds as well in that Orm. A fearsome sight in the hands of HVVP on the high ground as well. Might have been pivotal in their control there. Ravenclaw, last player standing for Vampire, who've done very, very well to get out of La Cobreria, but the fact that Vitali is still in this Renko is nutty. He is in such a sequestered little spot as well. There's no angle where you can see him until you push in, and that's going to be HVVP's task.
I think for Inco Gaming, they'll be hugely pleased with this, and I think it'd be very unlikely not to see them going through to last chance now. The amount of times they've been able to go for this playing possum play and get towards the end of the game is great news. I mean, I don't expect anything massive coming out from them in last chance just yet. I still have my reservations about this team, but what I will say is that they are absolutely dogged and determined to get towards the end of these survival stages, get there with a massive amount of points remaining. In the meantime, though, HVP have absolutely revolutionized their gameplay. Unfortunately, it is Nima with the backtrack, finds one, that's Meku. No real availability to go back and pick him up now, so for the rest of the team, it's about getting that damage in, getting that utility thrown. It's a great Molotov. It hits a nasty burn onto one of the players, and Matic's able to pick up a flaming kill on that side, looking to put a barbecue on for the rest of Skylights Gaming.
Oh, Vitali's down. I think they managed to pick that one up, so Inco are out. With the chaos being sown by the forward position from HVVP, there's potential to go for this res. It looks like they might be able to do so, and Ravenclaw is capitalizing on it as well. Goodness me, that is a mad crawl. So bold coming through Nima. That could be good. Just over the wall. Is it too short? I think it didn't quite make it over and stayed on the cover for HVVP. They did get the res out on the back as well, which gives HVVP 4 players and a position near to the building as they roll on up to the wall. Playing on that door frame. That was bold. It was in full sight of that door, but the smoke was there.
Yeah, it was a necessary pickup on that knock there for Meku, but I think what enables that is Matic getting that Molotov knock, in which case they immediately send a player backwards because they know that they're going to be restabilizing within the building, not likely to going to be challenging any of those doorways. So a very, very smart move there. Yes, it doesn't provide elimination, but it does give you is more of an even fight to take versus the guys from Skylights Gaming. This circle, if HVP can get them to a position down towards the south side, you know, it will be a case of Skylights Gaming having to leave this building into the sightlines of HVP. Of an AUG in Kitsune's hands and the accuracy coming through from these guys, it's going to be super difficult to leave. Maku already finds one.
And there's another as well for Tixie on the off angle. Skylights Gaming, they had to move, you're right, Blank. But hang on a minute, there's an answer. There is a shot over towards Meku, and Ravenclaw is still here. Skylights are down, 3 players standing, and Vampire make it all the way up to second. But you're right, over 20 eliminations now on the cards for HVVP. Legendary coming on through. That nade, he steps out, gets a little bit too big for your boots. And this is the HVVP that topped Group Green for 2 days straight, Blank. This is the squad that we've wanted to see for so long. And they don't even seem that flustered by it. Look at that, Kitsune congratulating the team.
I mean, it just seems so calm. And I think that is realistic. A realistic celebration for these guys, honestly, going into that game. Yes, that game's going to send them up in terms of prize pool earnings, but also it was just so well played. There was hardly any mistakes that were made all the way through, and I will say that something has occurred within the team, and it's just a case of the lads are now figuring out when to play passive, when to play careful, and when to bring out that inner lion that they have within themselves, because this entire team has suffered for all year long, even maybe 2 years back, a case of being too aggressive at the wrong times, being maybe too unaggressive other times. 3 players with 1,000 damage is kind of insane. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Tixie, 679. Arguably their best fragger on the team. However, he is hanging back and he's doing damage where it's necessary. He is really the linchpin of the team when it comes to those clutches and allowing the rest of the team to work around him, play around him to pick up those damage counts. It's a selfless player, and that's what you need.
What a way for HVVP to make their mark here on Miramar as well, taking on any contenders to the spots that they held. They move through and they dominate the lobby.
Not gonna lie, the celebration that we're seeing out of HVVP there was a little bit of a letdown, considering they picked up 22 eliminations and first place. 37 points coming in for HVVP, and that almost solidifies them a spot into our last chance, kicking off in 2 days' time. What a phenomenal match out of them. And honestly, Maxman, you were kind of commentating on it as we were watching. That ridge line they were playing was just fantastic.
The way they transitioned also from position to position, making sure they're clearing all of the teams in the south, was something of absolute beauty from HVVP. 22 elims. And as much as I think Tixie's an amazing player, Meku is the player that really enabled all of this to happen in the first place. He was keeping tabs on your, as for some point of the time, I think it was like Power at some position, Alpha 7 also. He was enabling his team to play this position the way they were able to do it in this match. And you said it right when we saw the stats, Sandstorm, but 3 players with over 1,000 damage is something that you very rarely see at this level of play.
Yeah, about 4,000 damage throughout that game from the entire squad of HVVP, an insane amount of eliminations, and again, just Group Green coming out with pure power in today's games. I do want to point out that yet again, the second game of today, 6 out of the 7 teams eliminated at the start were Group Yellow. Not a single team from Group Yellow has made it into the top 5 of this game either. Group Yellow is having a very rough go of it, but this is a good sign for the teams that had a rough start from Group Green in day 1 of the competition, because right now they can do their best, get as many points as possible, and try to focus on eliminating teams from Group Yellow to increase their chances of qualifying in tomorrow's games. But absolutely great, and it's making things look very, very spicy when we go into day 3 of the survival stage as well.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break here where we get things ready to go for our third match of the day. But when we do come back, we're going to finish breaking down this record game here out of HVVP, and we'll be thrown over to our next match shortly. Well, you know what, Sandstorm, you've been hammering on Group Yellow today, but one thing we should at least mention is they didn't play yesterday, right? This is their chance to get warmed up. However, I would say this. I expected them to be a little bit more prepared, knowing they had the opportunity yesterday to just watch the matches, watch them unfold as they happen, hoping they had a plan and were ready to go. But gentlemen, did you know the Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia stream was created in collaboration with professional esports players? Did you guys know that?
I do know that.
We do now.
Yes. Because I was not invited because I am not a good player.
Yeah, it's only the people who got past PMCO that were able to do it, but the Xperia stream, you can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with its total cooling system and mobile ports for intensive gaming and streaming. But I will, well, maybe I won't watch you play competitively, Max, but I will watch you stream.
Hey, the last time we played against one another, Jason, you tried to roll me over with a buggy.
I did.
So I am still scared of that.
Oh, it's fine though, because I've got Prime Gaming now, so I've got my free PUBG Mobile items in game as well as other premium content to make sure to roll you over next time whenever that is going to happen, and you won't have someone to save you. Though it might be in real life, I don't know. Just in game. Just in game. Yeah. Let's take a look at our overall rankings to get an idea of where things do stand here as HVVP again with that massive result do take first place here at 108 points total. However, looking down the list here, we are seeing a couple of teams still holding on. For instance, LGD, who isn't playing today, Titan Gaming, who isn't playing today, and even Bigatron Red Alien still maintaining a top 12 position at the moment.
I'm just looking at the leaderboard. This is absolutely terrifying. I mean, it's just going to be a group green at the start. And of course, in the top half of the leaderboard, of course, we're still waiting for Group Red's games tomorrow. But the more important one, of course, is going to be the second page because we're seeing Reject, first team to reach the 16th place. But still, the last 7 spots all belong to Group Yellow. And keep in mind, it's only been 2 games. It's only been 2 games. Power had 1 good game so far today, and they jumped into the first half, but still.
Tem Entertainment, though, I think would be currently the biggest surprise/upset of what we've been seeing because they sold us absolute gold into the league stage during Group Yellow. Last place currently, I do expect a comeback coming out from this team, but not the start we were expecting after what they did in their group.
I mean, to be fair, I think for teams from Group Yellow is you can obviously look at matches yesterday and kind of get an idea of where you think people are going to be going or whatnot. But teams have to adapt to drop spots because there's an entirely new 8 teams in the lobby, right? So it's really hard to predict if people will commit to their spots they had before yesterday. Will they change things up today? But one thing I can at least commit to is our teams to watch here, gentlemen. Let's actually get an idea of what you two did choose because it didn't work out too well in the last match, if I remember correctly. You see Maxman. I mean, at some point you had to go with Game Lord, right?
Yeah, I just had to, the small French portion of me just had to pick Game Lord eventually. They had a really good start of this previous game. They were fragging out. They went up against, which team was it? I don't recall even. But they just were fragging out, getting eliminations all over the place. And then they do this really weird rotation into HVVP's high ground position next to Crater Field. That I did not understand. So I just would like to see maybe a little bit more scouting and prep on their rotations. But they're looking aggressive, which no, at least they're not playing reserved like they did potentially in previous PMPLs where they struggled versus top tier teams. So there's, I feel like, a change of mentality, which is good. But we need to see still a little bit more when it comes to at least the IGLing from Akashi.
Okay. Well, Sandstorm, you went with Power again, which I can understand. But GK, why'd you go with them?
So for GK and for Besiktas, it kind of goes for both. You mentioned that teams are still kind of suffering from hot drops, and it seems to be happening yet again for GK and for Besiktas. The second game that we've seen, and we've seen Besiktas drop with IHC and TEM so far in the games. And then when it comes to GK, they're kind of dropping a little bit further away from their usual POI. So I want to see what they're going to be doing since we're getting to the end of the first half of today's games. Is there going to be a change in that, or what's going to happen?
All right, well, Sandstorm, yesterday I threw this to Maxman to have a chance to do it, but I want to see you throw it to our casters in your best French accent.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to give it over to Zika. I don't know where the heck that accent went to, but let's go over to the casters.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. We're going to be heading into the next game, I guess. With that,
I suppose. Yeah, we're heading right in there straight away. Brilliant. Bon chance to all the teams, I suppose. But I don't know. That was odd to say the least. However, straight into the game. Quick shot of the players here. FaZe Clan just went by. But yeah, excited for the Sandhawk. Things got a little bit hectic there, but goodness me. HVP there, absolutely slamming that last game. And that's the type of game in a sprint type format that will see you safe. Now, I was going to talk about this last game, but there really wasn't much chance to, considering the amount of action that was happening, John. But most of the time, we look at a championship caliber team as like an 11-point average. And that is what you realistically want to hit. And to hit that for any team here over the 12 games, that would be 132 points required. Right now, you got HVP currently 108, so more than on target so far, with still 4 matches left to play. That will see them very happy towards the top of the standings. It'll be quite difficult to beat. The only other team that's really close right now is the guys from Vampire Esports. Remember, they're playing the rest of their games out today, and then it will be over for them as well.
Yeah, of course, those teams out the top will set that benchmark. You'd expect there to be the 8-game teams towards the top, but we'll have to wait and see who else is going to join them from these groups. At the moment, the top team that has only played 6 is LGD, so they are going to be a nice little benchmark potentially for teams to start to look at. They ended the day, or the first day, on 57 points, and they will be in 7th place overall right now, set just behind Bacon Time there. So teams who are just playing today, that is teams in the yellow group, will be looking to try and chase that one down. Currently, the most points from a yellow group team, 2 games played by Rejects, 23 points.
And one of those games was their, I think it was their 21-pointer, I believe it was, with 3rd place and 11 eliminations. So they really only get 2 points in the last game, which is not great. It did give them that buffer, though, and that's what you want from those big games, because realistically, again, the 11-point average has been hit for Reject over the last 2 matches, that and then some. So Reject still doing well here, but now they need to get some performances on this game, right? On Sandhawk or on Miramar, you need to get some more points. And again, getting that 10 points over on Sandhawk is maybe a little bit more difficult than people make it out to be. Without the healing strat involved anymore, it's no longer a case of just huddling in a shack outside of the blue and going for the heal and quickly and easily picking yourselves up some points. It would be funny at one point, you know, I was waiting for the day where we just saw all 16 teams just sitting on all corners of the map, just healing out towards the end of the game, and it's whoever got the most medkits won. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you look at it, it has been fixed before that could happen. It's almost made me slightly sad.
I don't think you'd ever have a world where you have all 16, right? I'm going to take your ridiculous situation and take it seriously, Blank. That's what's going to happen. You'd imagine that at least one team would just go to the middle and then just win in the end because everyone else is healing.
Yeah.
Which would mean you'd have probably maximum, I would say, maybe 10 teams. I could see 10 teams reasonably doing that with solo players left.
I think it felt like that in our previous
Definitely
PMGC
did.
finishes. So I think when everyone realized that everything was on the line, as Sandhawk being the last match, everyone's healing. Everyone wants those little bits of points that's going to jump up you in terms of actual money gained, which is quite a bit, to be honest with you. Inco now over towards Hainan, IHC. Yeah, a boatload of damage on their side. It all hits the floor. Icy sending off the right side, John.
Nenobete not quite being able to land the full spray there. You'd expect maybe to get 1 or 2 more bullets in, but you're right, there's Icy repositioning, trying to cross the river seemingly, and could be really quite pivotal if he's able to find landfall on the south side of Reject, if they don't spot that out at the moment.
Godless still watching out. Has spotted Nenobete, knows his position. Bacon time with 8 games played, not quite hitting that average that they were looking for. A little bit more of a struggle. I think for them, they're pretty happily, actually, that's a very nice average for me.
It's pretty good.
That's a very nice average, considering that is literally just 8. 8 games played, 8 points per game found. 8 times 8. Beautiful. Anyway, that's made me very pleased. I was like, oh, I'm going to work this out on the fly to do maths here. And I was like, wait a minute. I remember my multiplication tables.
It's also, also blank. I'll let you in a little secret. On the right-hand side of the screen, it tells you how many points they've got.
Oh, yeah. I'm working out their average, though,
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
their average is just 8.
Oh, I thought it was on. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You get a
Very
gold
good, well
star
done.
on the chart. IHC still taking this fight with Inco, and this is Icy's position. This is the river crossing coming through to pay out dividends, Blank. A nice little pick up there onto Squash. Gives them a little bit of power. I'm looking at HVVP's position as well on the Northwestern Island. Vivo
Of course you are.
dropped. I always do, Blank. I'm always super interested in this specific rotation. As well, because Vivo Key did drop around Camp Alpha, and it seems like HVVP fully adjusted back to the position that we saw from them in the European Championship.
Yeah, up towards the Northwest Island, heading down towards the Confluence. I think your major issue for HVP is now that we are changing up the groups. It's also changed the play style of this match. A lot of times when we were watching Group Red and Group Green, you saw a lot more teams over towards Quarry, a lot more teams up towards Camp Bravo and Tap Mock. But this time around, you have many teams over towards Ruins who aren't being, Downward Gaming is not being held out by Enigma Galaxy this time around, over towards that south side. You also have 2 teams towards Painan and Reject towards the south side of Boot Camp. So HVP's crossing much more difficult. So it might be a consideration to head up towards that northern side instead, rather than trying to get the battering ram and move through this position. Reject taking shots towards HVP now as well, so I have spotted that one out. FaZe, it's not going amazingly for them. 16 points so far on their game, but nothing to scoff at. I mean, 8 points per game is still decent enough. They're getting quite far into a lot of these matches, but we do have a lot of low earners so far coming through from Group Yellow. Shiktus, Geek, Tem Entertainment, as well as IHC. 6 points, 4-2-2. Really not ideal.
Sure, but then you've got to remember that even after the first couple of games, HVVP were on minimal points. I think they were on about 8 after the first 2 games, and look where they are now. So things can absolutely change for these squads once they find their feet on today, once they get warm. And Abete trying to heat things up down the stairs for IHC, but it's just a little bit too much. And the Tommy gun will be the final death knell from Ziol.
Now just Vitali left alive. We saw him last game. Left alive for a long, long time, actually. Able to pick up some good placement points, but nowhere near the center of the circle with Sandhawk. Not really advisable to pick up vehicles and just send it through, as it is very open, and you will be heard and spotted very quickly, and those spray downs are a little bit easier here on Sandhawk, with the map being much smaller, less opportunity to go for those 400-meter distance sprints in the vehicle itself, where you're outside of the line of sight of a lot of these players. GK taking damage from FaZe, so towards the south side of the circle itself. That's on the north of Quarry. Bacon time in Paris Resort. Have a very central spot here to play from. Now, HVP looks like they're making that consideration now to head up towards the northern side and pass over the bridge. They will be running in towards Power as well as VPE. Two very strong teams.
Will be difficult. I mean, HVVP, they have swam across and made landfall on the north side of boot camp before. See if they do opt to go for that rotation. IHC will be moving up the side of these hills now, picking up points as they go, losing Alex in that initial engagement in that first scrap, but hoping to try and keep the rest of them alive. Icy has to reposition away from last player, Vitali from Inco. He wants a little bit of revenge, but they're looking to deny him that chance. Reject. They've lost a player now, which is not ideal, but you still play on. You play with 3. South side of boot camp as well. They're going to have to rotate away from this position blank. They're going to have to try and get on up north, potentially going back through boot camp as long as HVVP or no other teams have moved on into that position. Down one also in a spot to cause problems here.
Yeah, it's waiting in the wings at the moment. For Reject, they should have got a good idea of what's going on in boot camp, but again, there's a lot of these little crossings that can happen throughout the river on the western side where a team could get into position unbeknownst to you despite scouting it out early. Remember, information that you gained in the past is outdated information, obviously, but it's not always going to be the same scenario when you head back up there. So for Reject, I think because they've been down towards the south side for so long, they're going to have to do some rescouting, but they do find at least the knock over towards IHC, get a little bit of revenge there, and also open up the opportunity to maybe head back up towards that northern side after clearing out this team that has been such a problem behind them for so long.
Reject made the conscious decision to rotate from the south of boot camp over to this compound to try and cut out this rotation from IHC. Seems like they've succeeded as well, but in the meantime, Dan want to move through. Hang on a minute, we're over to Geek, getting absolutely dismantled. Their last duo will fall. That is not going to be good news, but Besiktas pick up the points. Much needed towards the bottom of those tables as well. IHC still very much under pressure here. Last player standing godless against Reject has got an angle to play against. Divine lands the shots. Will be able to get the heal off its zone 2. IHC out with 4 eliminations, sure, but this early, it's not good news.
It's good news for Reject, though, honestly. You look at this and with them being able to get those 3 eliminations, clear out that south side, now they can start moving towards the north with little to no pressure. I think Damwon Gaming might be a problem, but they're over towards boot camp. They're more than likely want to head more central towards in the circle. Vivo Keyed off towards the south side of HVP, coming up behind them at the moment. Matic's keeping a watchful eye on that one. Circle is starting to tick quite hard for them, but they're in the circle now and are quite close to that northern side push. Game Lord slowing things down for themselves. Always playing this north side. There's not many teams over here either, so this is nice for Game Lord. Gives them a lot of opportunity to set themselves up in some good compounds. Currently playing a 2-2. We'll see if they want to regroup or just hold this. Looks like they are going to head back over towards that north side compound and just hold on to Tap Mock where they can.
Vampire also going to be really quite pleased with this. They have their pick of the compounds on that north side. See where they opt to go. That junction looking pretty tasty at this stage. I'm sure plenty of teams are going to be looking that way. Vitali is just absolutely a survivor for Inco. He's been doing so much. I mean, we talk a lot about Nenebete from the squad, but Vitali today has been absolutely the standout in the games that we've seen in terms of earning those points for the roster. Vivo Keyed come into conflict with HVVP and at an inopportune time as well. They've just come out of the blue zone after having been in there for quite a long time. It leaves them low and forced to heal out, and that's going to leave HVVP free to get a lot of rotations done. Shots around the side, and the nade is there, coming in for an excellent backup. Diego tries to do a little bit of work, but can't quite find it. Matic has been taken down, hang on a minute, in the meantime, so leaves HVVP on 3, but it's only Cielo from Vivo Keyed on the west side now.
Yeah, I mean, HVP being able to take that out, and that is what happens when HVP are able to keep watching behind them. They're maintaining that presence, maintaining that idea that, you know, there might be a team on our backside. We're going to keep that under control. 3 eliminations now found for them. Sure, they're down to 3 players, but they should be able to get up towards Tap Mock side. Damwon are heading up their way, though. That will be something that might be a little bit scary. If they can get the full squad wipe onto them, though, it would be a nice little refresh on the gear. But Damwon has been still looking very good throughout these games. And maybe for HVP, it's a little bit too late for them. as they have been slowed down a lot. Couldn't quite decide whether to head down towards the south or up towards the north. This is just because of this rotating lobby. It's difficult to make those decisions on the day, especially when you only play this map once.
Baker time, they've taken a knock, but should be somewhat resible. The smokes have popped, so they are going to try and commit for a rotation over that way towards ice. Actually, they might be left out. I mean, it is in a really, really difficult spot. You're going to have to lay down some covering fire to suppress those positions to allow the crawl back. Won't be allowed, though, as Victor gets the final dink. Leaves Bacon Time down to just 3 players in a central compound. So we'll see how much further they can jump on up.
Moved up Paris result nice and early. Headed towards Game Lord's previous compound where I think Robs and Victor were playing. So it was a good idea for them to actually move towards that northern compound early on. Give them a very central spot for this next circle. It's even better for them. So this is a really good opportunity now for Game Lord. And again, I've said this so many times in the past. Use that exact phrase and Game Lord have dropped the ball. So now it's time for them to prove themselves once again that they can hold onto these central spots, that they can strike out a little bit more gumption than we saw from them.
Duello, ooh, just about makes it in. On the moped. We'll be able to get a heal off. Only the 1 first aid, and we'll invest it here instead of going for those bandages and letting the stim tick it up. I suppose you just want to get as close as you can. With Tem Entertainment on your south side as a 4-player squad, it's going to be very, very tricky to get too much further. That send away the reject. Actually, hang on a minute. Duello's all the way over on the other side. HVVP in the meantime up against Down One. A lovely little spray there from Meku. 3 players from HVVP bringing Down One to task on 4. Now we're going to blink those away. Tixi claims that one. Sung up on the top as well. Kitsune peppering Down One. Having their bell rung right now, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 players left at full HP for Dam 1. Really good sight on the cross there. The guys from HVP, and now they're just sending even further forward. Nima goes down to A7, trying to keep themselves in the running here with 71 points. Osal struggling. I think there's 2 players on either side of him. It's a good first nade, which will get the knock. Meku rezzing out in the open. This is terrible news for them.
Oh, that's really, really unfortunate. I don't think they knew Osal was there. They wouldn't have moved up into nade range like that. Tixi didn't peek back. They didn't see that nade coming through. But then, yeah, the heal attempt on Meku. Really the most disastrous part of that. 4 eliminations for HVVP, but they really dropped the ball on what seemed like a 1 fight for them.
Went a little bit too hard on that one, I think. If that's for HVP, sometimes those old habits do die hard themselves. Kitsune might be able to get Tixi back on his feet, potentially. With the entirety of Down 1 looking your way. Maybe unlikely. I think the saving grace for HVP at the moment is that Power also has eyes on over towards Down 1. Looking to push into this one.
Aziz is on the flank. Tixi still crawling back. Kitsune by the rock. Burns out 1 from Down 1. Aziz might be looking for this as well. Actually gets the knock as well with that Molotov. Allows the crossing. The circle's so close they can go for this res. So hopefully staying at 2 in the meantime. Tem Entertainment staying up as 4. Are able to take down plenty of players in their way. Skylights Gaming with just AJ now remaining on the east side at the back of Alpha 7 on top of this fight. And AJ, no first aid, so going to have to make the break for it. The mad dash to get themselves further forwards. HVVP did get the res on that western side. They'll be looking to shunt in a little bit further. 12th place elimination for Skylights Gaming.
Actually get a knock over towards VPE as well. Over towards the east. Bit of a bold play there. See that, Down 1 taking shots down towards them. I think HVP is certainly lacking in terms of medication at the moment. I don't think they have very much stims, very much meds to work with. Keep themselves in the fight. Desperately needed that resupply coming through from Down 1, but the fight is taking too long and it was not clear cut come through at the start.
Besiktas on 4, Alpha 7 on 4 as well, but Revo's down in a forward position. Might be a fairly easy flush if they can just sneak around the side of the rock for just a moment. Revo crawling back trying to get back to the rest of the team. There is another rock for him to play around and nade towards the backlines from Carrillo. Sees the knock over onto Zessi in the meantime. Tem taking the run up over towards Bacon Time. Have been holding this compound for a while now, but it's just Bevy remaining. It's Alpha 7 and Besiktas continue to clash. Peace takes a knee. Everybody starting to suffer on this eastern side. It's so chock-a-block with teams. The West had their time. And it's first Besiktas to fall down in 11th.
They have really not had a good day today whatsoever. Again, another game. 4 eliminations, not too bad. We'll set their point scoring up just a little bit. Style sees FaZe. Ventura's not likely to get away with that, but they have to leave still. Blue starting to catch up towards them. Now HVP move out into an open zone versus Damwon. And Damwon did a really good job to restabilize on that fight. Fortunately, Kitsune immediately finds Osal. Now looks to finish the fight here versus them.
Reject eliminated. Alpha 7 eliminated. Teams are starting to fall. Tem Entertainment probably pretty soon for it as well. Damwon Gaming out of the fold. Game Lord still holding on this eastern edge. They are really, really powerful in this spot. Tixi makes a cross and stays up, and really quite crucially for HVVP to be able to move a little bit further. But you're right, those meds really lacking. Kitsune, no bandages, no first aids, only the one stim. There's a resupply almost necessary at this stage. FaZe moving in and trying to backstab on power. It's got to work.
Yeah, Silhouette, both of the knocks that HVP were able to pick up, but luckily for them, now it's just one player from power remaining in front of them. Like you said, no utility, no nothing left for HVP. They need some of these loot crates to come their way, but it's such a far run for them. FaZe, 2 players, 1 player extremely low. This is really just a battle of attrition at this point in time. Bacon Time make the cross up towards some hard cover. Tony K has eyes on. Not able to quite finish off the players.
Close to Game Lord as well on that position on the push from Bacon Time. Player down on the front, but there's only 2 of them remaining now. And moving as a duo really hard on this terrain. Game Lord playing a 2-2 split right now. With that knockdown on the south side, they were able to get that res. Nade over the top finds Akashi. Now it's just Victor on this forefront position. A nade over towards Shirty gets the flush, however. And there's only 2 players for Victor to worry about. Nade over the top might be good. If it's able to land, it could get the flush, if nothing else. Robs is being taken down by Vampire on the north side as well. And Game Lord seemingly spreading themselves too thin, Blank.
Yeah, trying to take a fight on too many fronts at the moment. Robs moves up with the DBS, gets at least 1, but immediately returns in kind. Fight fire with fire, DBS with DBS. Style, gets himself a nice grenade elimination, but Vampire Esports looking set to take a very dominant position in this game. Power, Aziz, currently on prone. HVP behind him. It looks like he's looking up towards that position. MR5 by himself below. Really 2 contenders for this one. Tony K finds 1. That's good news. Bacon has to move up here. Styles down. Now Noise, the only one left alive. Good shots over towards Kitsune. Should keep him under pressure. Blue most likely will do the rest of the damage.
Tony nades over the top, still looking for Noise, but that Vector just pours out so many bullets so rapidly. It's very, very difficult to get a good challenge away with, especially when you're the solo player. Nade around the side, doesn't quite find the damage. Tony K looks for the challenge, but there's the Vector. Barking through the hills. We'll be able to take down the player from FaZe. There's a good knock. Power still on a solo. Kitsune did go down in the meantime, so it's just Tixi, and he'll have to move further. Vampire move on over, and they're looking to start to establish control here on the northern side. Shots over to Tixi are good. And we'll find Aziz first, however, bringing them up in 5th place. So not a bad finish for HVVP by any stretch of the imagination. But now it's Vampire's game to lose. Only 3 solos left for them to find. And the first is to fall. It's MR5 from FaZe.
Yeah, one of the most incredible Tide teams coming through here is VPE. Really enjoyable team to watch, super aggressive, and really knows where to put the hurt in. I think they're one of these teams that looks like they have been playing together for such a long time. Incredible synergy coming through from all of them. Schweppes is going to finish this one up here, sweep the final player aside, but Narvalo making it all the way to the end. Looked like it could have been good for Game Lord, but still getting a 2nd place. Very, very decent overall for Game Lord, and they'll be happy with that. 2nd place, 12 points with eliminations they found early. This is good news. Better news, in fact, though, for VPE, able to turn up the point scoring potential, which really puts them again in a safe position up there with HVVP, who similarly were able to get a good game there on Sandhawk from quite a tough position.
Yeah, I think they had, what, at the end, about 6 eliminations. They finished up in, I think it was around 5th place as well, so a decent chunk of points. Vampire might be looking to put a dent into that, but it was a fairly low elimination game on the most part. I think they only managed to get around 6 as well, so those ladder ups will keep them, as you say, in contest.
You can see here, Bacon Time really didn't have to move very far at all, currently sitting up towards Paris Resort. Game Lord, though, a much better game from them. I'm very pleased with this one. They moved quite far to get into position. I may do with it. Vampire Esports, though, the real star of the show.
Absolutely. Look at that, though. 3 tie teams on the teams to watch page here. FaZe making it late. Bacon Time, and Vampire all putting in work. But Game Lord with a good showing for the first time as well in this tournament.
Well, Vampire continuing to reign supreme here. 23 points coming through. Not that many eliminations. However, playing the situations out to perfection. Capitalizing off of Game Lord fighting over towards their southeast up against Bacon Time, who ended up finishing at 17 points. But Game Lord 16 points. Not bad here out of the team that we didn't really expect too much out of, or we didn't really know what to expect out of them, I guess I should say.
I gotta say, compared to the previous game, the eye gelling and the position they held onto was just a great performance overall. I agree with Blank. I think that this is the Game Lord we would like to see. I do think, and I think we were in agreement in this game, Sandstorm, that Game Lord might have stretched himself a little bit too thinly, taking a 2v4 versus Vampire in the northern side, then a 2v3 versus Bacon on the eastern side. If they commit in a 4v4 versus Vampire and win that position, I mean, we saw what Vampire were able to do with that spot afterwards, right? They just go for this massive split, overwhelm all the other teams, and get the chicken dinner. The potential was there, but I want to see, Game Lord sometimes just regroup to take those fights for long.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, they performed very well on the Sandhawk map, and I do have to say a couple of the other teams from Group Yellow as well are starting to perform. FaZe, this is the second time they're ending up in the top 4, top 5 as well, so they're getting themselves a decent amount of points. When you compare it to some of the weakest teams from Group Green on day 1, great start for them, considering that they still have another chance in tomorrow's games. But I'm loving the fact that we're seeing less teams from Group Yellow being eliminated at the start of the game, even though their rotations going into Zone 2, Zone 3 were still a little bit slow, but I'm starting to see them pick up the pace a little bit.
Okay, well, we're going to jump back into that in a second as we have to talk about our lovely sponsors here, the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. If I get my words out, and I cannot wait to potentially lay out in the sun, lay out at the pool with Maxman doing his famous fish impression. Have you seen that, Sandstorm?
Don't leak the video. Don't leak
What?
it. Yeah, I know you have it, Jason. I do not leak
Well,
that video.
guess
listen,
what,
how
Max?
much
I have
do
a
I have to pay
special
you for
treat
that?
for everyone on the stream. Roll it, Steven.
Special segment, yeah.
Also, big shout out here to Prime Gaming. So with Prime, you can claim free PUBG Mobile items, premium content, and other Prime benefits as well. Max, I do have this video. I'm looking over at my Sony Xperia 1.4, and I'm thinking I probably shouldn't post it. So we're not going to talk about it. One thing we will talk about, though, is the macro play you were discussing while watching, talking about Vampire and HVP, in your opinion, Max, being the 2 best macro playing teams we have in the lobby at the moment.
Exactly. Okay, we could talk about HVVP, but this game is going to be mainly focused on Vampire, and of course, first place, 1 point ahead of HVVP. These 2 teams are looking so good, and I don't know if you agree with me, Sandstorm, on this point for Vampire, but I have the impression they can just flip a switch and go from this hyper-passive team that's all about aiming for good positions in the circle to this hyper-aggressive team that's just going to nuke down all the teams around them. Like we saw them, the moment they won that fight versus Game Lord, is boom, turned on.
It was just
so good.
I told you at that moment, the second they were done with Gamelord, that is game. If Gamelord, like you said, had stuck to that position and actually grouped up together, it would have been a different story. But again, we go back, second page of the overall rankings, we're seeing the likes of Vivokid, IHC, and Besiktas still trying to get over the 17 points of Aegon IA Esports. But keep in mind, again, Aegon played 6 games, so it shouldn't take that much from the rest of the teams from Group Yellow to just get over that hurdle, at least on day 1, and then we'll see what they're going to be able to do on day 2.
I'm a little bit worried though for Reject. A little bit of a flash in the pan from that first match where they did actually get into 16th place, but they've been kind of non-existent since.
I'm not a fun time. I had high expectations. That first game got me hyped up, but yeah, they've been, I would say, a little bit slow on the rotations, especially this game. And the thing is, you know that every time you're going to have a circle around Paradise Resort, it is all about speed. How quickly can you get in the zone to avoid getting kept out in the blue? They were not able to do so, and I think they just crashed in teams on the west like Damwon. There was a few players from Power, HVVP. Like, you're just going to get overwhelmed. So on Sanok in particular, in that circle, just got to be a little bit quicker, and maybe you get a spot. But yeah, Reject last 2 games, we need to see a step up.
Well, you know what, Max, I have a treat for you. You have an interview over on the stage. It's with your boy, not Tixie. It's actually going to be Meku to talk about HVVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're currently tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. My name is Flavor, and hopefully you guys are having an amazing time when it's in the first half of day 2 right here at survival stage of the competition. And of course, it has been truly an honor to actually be here at the main stage, and hopefully you guys are having an amazing time and entertained by all the amazing PUBG Mobile actions happening throughout the whole day. And of course, before we continue on, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind to you guys that Captain Messi is joining the PUBG Mobile Battleground, packed with Messi football icon set and more collaboration team items until the December 31st, 2022 to help you stand out in the Battleground. Make sure to grab them in PUBG Mobile today. All right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce to you some of the representatives we have here from Team HVVP. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Okay, I guess that's the translation, right? It's very apparent and clear. And of course, okay, guys, so your whole team played very well and in the second game today. And how did you guys do that? And was there any special tactics and communications or just particularly good form today?
Смотри, как получилось так, что мы так хорошо сыграли во второй игре? У нас была какая-то тактика, может, какая-то коммуникация, или нам просто повезло?
Это была наша домашняя зона, мы просто отконтролили круг, потом закрыли край и выиграли игру.
Yeah, so it was our home zone, and we basically just controlled like the whole our side and won the game after that.
Yeah, I'm very confident. Based on the response itself, I believe that they kind of knew what they were doing throughout the whole day, and it is a brand new HVVP we're looking at right here today. And of course, final question here is that what do you guys need to focus on to keep the ranking in the top today itself? And what do you think is the most important for the following games, the next 3 games that we're about to witness?
Смотри, что нам нужно делать, чтобы остаться в топе в течение 3 следующих игр?
Думаю, что продолжить играть так же агрессивно и до конца дня постараться играть стабильно, и тогда мы закончим на первом месте.
Basically, we need to play as aggressive as we used to play today and try to be confident in getting points in all the next games, and so we will be at the top 1 at the end of the day, basically.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Team HVVP bringing their A game right here for day number 2 in the survival stage. And all the best to you guys. Thank you so much. Amazing interview we're having right here. And of course, for those who are tuning in, we still have 3 more matches to go. Don't go away after this. We'll be passing it back over to our analysts and we'll continue back with our remaining matches right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. See you guys in a bit.
Okay, I do have confirmation from production that we are each being sent one of those sweet swagger outfits. However, Max Ben's is going to be made entirely out of denim.
I already got that. I would like a skin with full denim actually in the game. Does that exist already? I'll have to see. I mean, I'm probably not going to pull it anyways because my luck is just horrendous, but I would like it.
We'll think about it. We'll think about it for the finals. Maybe we can somehow fit you out in the denim tuxedo. But teams to watch. Who did you guys go with here going into match number 4? We're already past the halfway point of the day. Vampire, it's kind of a cop-out decision there, Max, to be fair.
Yeah. It really is. It really is. But I'm going to talk about the other two teams I picked then. Damwon, I got to say, completely different approach and playstyle we saw from yesterday. Like, they seem a lot more passive, and I think like they're struggling to take these fights. So, no, Damwon slowly been falling off actually throughout today. So, just making sure they're still going to be in a safe position. But as we said, Group Green are not playing anymore after today. So, you want to just be as safe as you possibly can after these next 3 matches. So, Damwon, I want to see maybe just a little bit of a step up in these next 3 games.
It's a good point, actually, focusing on teams that will have no matches left to play after we're done today. We can see Sandstorm going with Bacon Time and HVVP when it comes to that, but also Power mixed in yet again. I mean, one thing we do know about you, Sandstorm, is your consistency in your picks, even if the team is doing horribly, though Power isn't necessarily doing that bad. Talk me through your picks.
Yeah, I mean, look, Power, 100%. They were doing horribly on day 1 of the survival stage, but complete change, comparing them to the likes of Damwon. They start to slide down, but Power are starting to climb back up slowly but surely here. The 3 games that we've had, they've constantly been able to get themselves some placement points, so very good for them. HVVP, there's no need to talk about them. They're trying to fight for that first place between them and Vampire, and it's just deadly, 1 point difference. I want to keep looking at that and seeing if it's going to change. And for the last pick, Bacon, again, the team that ended up with a chicken dinner on day 1, and they're keeping up the consistency in day 2. So I want to see if they're going to be able to keep it going for the rest of the day, for them and for Power.
Well, look, Xperia, we're going to find out how those 2 teams are doing here as we hop over to our casters for the next match of the day with John and Blake.
It is really starting to come down to the crunch now, Blank, for a lot of these teams from that green group middle pack. Of course, those teams towards the bottom of the 9-game teams are going to have to really put in that effort, put their best foot forwards. I'm looking mostly at Skylights and Power here as teams that absolutely need to play blinders to see themselves a little bit safer.
Yeah, Skylight's Gaming currently right on the precipice at the moment, 10th place with 50 points total. Enigma Galaxy and Bigatron, obviously, they've played 6 matches so far with 49 and 46 just underneath them, so very close to overtaking them with also 3 matches still in pocket to make that happen. So for them, Skylight's Gaming in a very worrisome spot. Power, though, they've been playing pretty well today, honestly, all things considered. So I do think there's a good opportunity for Power to continue this kind of performance upwards. 53 points, so it's not a major difference to Skylights Gaming at the moment. But I think with the amount of good plays we've seen from them, these next 3 games will have to be critical, keeping up that kind of momentum to see them up towards maybe top 5, top 7, which is a little bit shaky in terms of position, but should be enough, should be.
Playing path from the eastern side over Novo up to Stalbert. Early dropout from IHC heading over to Novo. Alpha 7 actually out early as well. Looks like they're not going to go to Lipovka. They're going to stick to the military base this time around.
Heading down towards the south side of the map, but yeah, this is a bit of an awkward playing path overall, sending players up towards Stalber's side. Most likely, I'm feeling a western circle is going to hit our screen very shortly here, John. I feel like this is what we're going to see just with how awkward some of the circles have been today. Bacon Time heading down towards Mill to Power, pretty standard for them. They've played fairly well from that position. However, I think Bacon Time, with the scoring result that they found themselves over in their particular group, it's a little bit odd to me seeing them, not get these massive wins. All in all, though, 3rd place, still very strong, 81 points, but that is overshadowed by the 40-point gap between them and 2nd and 3rd place, 121 and 122, who've just been absorbing all the points. And that's why it's difficult, even in your particular groups, not only just for the group stage, but also for the survival stage, because you're always playing with those teams on the days that you have your 12 matches. Little bit of a struggle for them. Either way, Bacon Time still need to find some other points during these last 3 matches and not allow HVP and VPE to run away with all of them.
Certainly don't want that to happen. Blank, you couldn't have been more wrong on the circle. It is very far east on the shift. We saw that pop from the plane path picture earlier. And it will drive all these teams to, I imagine, stay fairly close to one another. It'll be interesting to see just where these teams are going to be able to claim position and where they're going to fold themselves back on in as well. Game Lord, a little bit of a hot drop scrap with Power, playing 1v2 right now in their current scenario. Game Lord playing a little bit southeast of them. I imagine Power a little bit easier for them to regroup fast. And they're going to have a little bit better equipment as well, with the greater area that they can loot between these two players going through. Robs, I imagine you just want to disengage for this from Game Lord, but the vehicle in possession of power.
Able to just move out and away from that. A nice little pickup there for power will give them opportunity to get towards the circle a little bit quicker. Again, Game Lord still around that area. Don't want to get popped out the vehicles nice and early. HVP picking up some more vehicles for their troubles. Obviously, this is very, very far away from their original drop spot over in North George. And with the eastern plane path as well, this is really a switch up for these guys overall. It means that looting is going to be difficult. Picking up a position within the map is going to be difficult. But it looks like they're just going to head back over towards North George, just get some free loot over on that side. Yes, it's going to take them a little bit longer. Currently, we're already 3 minutes 30 into the game. You ideally want to be done with your looting phase by now and be considering where to go next. But I think for HVP, they are much happier playing on the edge anyway. And they're expecting by the time they come out of North George, most teams will already be inside that circle.
I'll be looking to, certainly, and that is, as I've said before, where we see some of the strongest play from HVVP. They're going to sort out their aggression according to Tixie over on that interview stage. So hopefully that is just what they're going to play to, their strengths. And Vampire won't let them have it easy, though, on the north side. Severny occupied by them. I imagine they're going to be playing from that Stauber outpost that Stops has moved on over towards. We did see a substitute as well, I believe, coming through, stoned in for Fluke out. On the Vampire roster, going back into Erangel. So they are going to be playing that way around, keeping Stops in, who hasn't seen a lot of play over the first couple of days.
We've seen him a couple of times, but yeah, you're right, not a huge amount. And for VPE, they have been playing very, very fast-paced this entire time. I think for HVP, they've had some much more comfortable wins, but I think that's been with some great setup. For VPE, on the other hand, it's very much a case of just brute forcing their way into a lot of these circles and taking a lot of difficult fights, a lot of difficult crashes to find that optimum position towards the center. Very different play styles from both these teams, but I would say that VPE's play style is a little bit more wearisome. I'd say it's one of those ones that you can't really keep up for too long, but it's great for this 12-match sprint, in which case you want to get as many points as possible, in which case these players can start to think about the last chance. But again, it's 5 days. It is 5 days in a row, and you have to make sure that by the time you get to that last chance, you better be ready to go. And although, yes, Green do play out all their matches finishing today, it does give them that extra rest day coming into last chance, which could be quite useful.
TNA takes a long fall and a short stop. I imagine out the side of a building, no one nearby, so it was just full damage that took him out. You've got to wonder how that happened, to be honest. How are you taking damage in the first place to allow yourself to fully go down? But either way, should be a simple res. We'll slow them down a little bit more. You said that they'd be wanting to get on the road soon. We're now up to the 6-minute mark. And looking at rotations, they should be on their way out now, but Meku doesn't even have a vest.
Yeah, it is limited looting time, and again, you get a res off, that's even less looting time available to you, and the circle is encroaching quite quickly. You can be comfortable outside the blue for a little bit, but that's usually on the consensus that you've already been looting for quite a while, and you've got a lot of meds on board, you've been able to stim up. Looks like, you can see exactly what he was trying to do there. Trying to go to the next window. A little bit of speed as opposed to having to run through the building all the way up the stairs. Could have been good for them. Fortunately, Reiji, as well as the rest, the guys from Reject will just absolutely send Game Lord packing.
There is really nothing you can do about that when you're caught unawares. Reject playing it pretty nasty, to be honest. This is a wild split still coming on through from them, because the other pair are over by Sunken City right now, over in the northwest, sorry. So really, really wild how far apart they are.
Yeah, requesting they do regroup soon, but I imagine Duello and Just This will be bringing a lot of loot over towards them. And now Geek wants to take a little bit of a stand here. Usually you'd want to toss grenades down this stairway and bounce it upwards to where Reiji is currently playing. That usually works out very, very well. And Game Lord just didn't opt to go for that one either. They didn't have the nades available, didn't have the utility. And I think for anyone going straight down into shelter, always has to be something that you do consider. There's some players just playing quite sneaky down there. So
yeah,
almost confusing that they would fall prey to that one. Either way, game log down to 2 players. Sort of reject in a way, but they're waiting for the rest of the team to regroup.
could be interesting. I mean, those death crates will absolutely give the game away that there's been scraps over down there, so they'll know there are players down there, certainly, for GK. But looks like they don't want to push in, and why would you, really? As long as you can control that exit, it's very, very hard to push out of it.
Yeah, you can even prop vehicles inside the entrance, making it very difficult for anyone who's underneath to actually leave. Again, you've got to be careful, though, moving down those stairs so you don't get shot at. I think the UAZ is probably best for that kind of option. Just this does finally make his way over the rest of his team as well. And they have either side covered.
They do, certainly. I mean, this is nice. It gives Reject that way out as well. That is a hard shift, Blank. Very, very hard over to the east side. Keeps, I would say, probably about 50% of the circle is playable at this stage. In this early of a circle, that's going to really cause a lot of problems. With the plane path as it was, teams are already close by to one another. So I imagine that team number is going to drop fairly soon.
Yeah, and you even have probably less than that available, considering no one's really going to be heading down towards Mill to Power this early on. So there's just this bearish edge on the side. So you're looking at maybe like 40% realistically. It's very upsetting.
Uh-oh. Okay, bit of a tumble there on the roadside, but will be able to maintain. IHC playing close by on rotations to Gike, who moved away from that shelter position. They crashed far and fast to the east, the north bit of the Milta Peninsula, but IHC had similar ideas, and their claim seems to be stronger this time around. Shots starting to ring on out. Alex be looking for the shots over towards Hope, but Icy's down, so they'll have to figure out how to get that one back. In the meantime, on the north side, Power suffering to Vampire, who are in their final 3 games now, Blank. They are trying to play it up and keep that points total to try and match HVVP, but both of these teams, quite frankly, have already made it out of this survival stage.
Maybe. Maybe. You wonder how far they can actually go. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for other teams to jump up over that 53-point margin. I mean, you already have a few of these teams underneath. Reject, FaZe, Game Lord, all on track to get towards 50 points by the end of the day, sending Power even further down the lobby. It is a little bit scary if you're Skylights. I mean, a lot of this has happened just purely because of VPE and HVP able to be this point sponge towards the top of the lobby. I mean, that's pretty much 80 points overside, you know, that 40-point barrier between them and third place that has been almost sucked away from the rest of anyone in Group Green, which does make things incredibly difficult for them. And in a way, you almost feel sorry for Group Green in a way that they have these 2 powerhouses in them that head towards the survival stage alongside. But if you want to make it towards that last chance, you eliminate as much of the competition as possible that you can. HVP and VPE certainly have been doing that.
They've been really on a tear as well. Honestly, at this stage, they're pretty much the only 2 fighting for top spots in general for that first place prize, for that pride moving into that last chance as well. Nobody really, certainly in Group Yellow, has given them a run for it. I mean, Reject playing on under a 10-point average right now. Not really looking like they're powerful enough to take that one back. I mean, you've got teams playing on 6 games, sure. That is, again, a brutal shift. That takes it all the way over Lipovka. And it is still, that's like 30% playable right now, Blank.
Yeah, Lipovka held by Bacon Time. He moved up from Mill to Power. You wonder if they took a boat to get into this position. Geek over towards their south. There really is not a lot of spots available here. There's a few ditches and areas around the trees, forested areas, hard cover to play. But yeah, very few decent compounds within this area to actually move out from, to actually play from. So HVP finally make their way in on that northern side, very close towards VPE. Meantime, IHC really putting the hurt on FaZe. Not had the most luck, to be honest with you. I think they've still played good, everything considered.
So difficult to move on these hills now. Still 16 teams alive. I'm surprised that we've come this far with this many teams. But they are starting to bleed out. Game Lord down to 2, EK down to 2, Reject looking like they're going to be on 2 very, very soon. Power as well, FaZe. All of these teams losing players and a little bit of momentum. Vampire even losing a player on that north edge. Trying to keep themselves in it. They are in the circle for now, but I have to push further forwards in the next.
FaZe down to 2 players. Again, all things considered, with them losing players so early on in most of these games, they have still done a good job to keep that point scoring average up, which is good to see from them. I mean, 29 points is nothing to scoff at. Reject similarly with 29 points as well. But again, you got to remember that Reject, the majority of their points came from their first game with 21. They really have not added to that very much throughout the rest of the day. Game Lord also a decent-ish showing, 26 points. This feels a little bit more of a consistent scoring from Game Lord, but it's not quite enough to shoot them towards the top of the tables. You're looking around about 100 points if they keep up this pace throughout the rest of the tournament.
And you do certainly want to be keeping up here. It is the survival stage after all. HVVP, they've played in from the north. They've been scouting on that north side for quite a while. They should be aware of Vampire at their back left flank as they approach this engagement against Besiktas. So maybe they're not going to go for that full send unless they get a knock. They're just going to hold out on the north side of this compound, which is actually, to be fair, probably pretty priority considering where the circle is likely to go on the next shift, hoping it comes back landwards. But you imagine that this compound very, very likely to be really solid in this next circle.
I mean, this is, like you said, an insanely good compound. The fact that HVP have been able to roll up on towards it without Besiktas saying too much about it says a lot. Mythic in the smoke with another player. Has to just madly spray through it to try and find at least one of them. IHC also suffering from Mafioso up on high, taking a good spray out towards them. Icy falls. Now, 2 players left remaining. That is some good angles that they have over towards Alpha 7. First shot, absolutely marvelous. Hits
Looks
the
for a
target,
second.
looks for another. Oh, it could have been there, John.
Oh, you felt it a little bit in your gut, but Revo felt nothing of the kind. Won't need to go to the barbers, though. He's already been shaved by that one. Not quite going to catch it, fortunately. Circle does pop, comes a little bit back to the land.
Besiktas' spot actually isn't as prior as we kind of expected it to be there. IHC just have to unleash a barrage of bullets over towards Alpha 7's position to keep them at bay, but they have great angles towards them. The only thing that really keeping them stopped up there is the sniper. FaZe, last player remaining, Stone burning out.
Doesn't quite take the tickle from the flames there. Lycan spotted on the off angle, spotted actually by Geeke. Roll up from Vivo, keyed onto down 1, Remnants. Say Remnants, there's all 4 of them alive. They are actually playing 3 in 1. Okay, I thought it was just Osal there, but down 1 are a lot stronger on the other side, playing 2-1-1 across the buildings on the compound. Vivo keyed. Trying to move in, playing with all 4 of themselves as well. You see, they're starting to spread out, leverage it. They'll figure out which buildings are occupied, but down 1 are going to let them know all about it. A 1-for-1 trade right now, sunk down. Ground floor held by Forest. Going to look to slow things down. Adrian as well, spotted. Good start for the hold for down 1. Sound is down though. Luckily, there's another player in the building. Unfortunately, they've just been taken out. Magrillen will be the last to fall, but Favian has fallen in the process, and Down 1 Gaming will hold the compound on the southwest side, Blank.
I mean, they will have to move, but yeah, that's strong and good news for them. And for Down 1 Gaming, just looking at their points so far, I mean, 4th place, 74 points, 78 now with those eliminations added. It's not quite where they'd like to be, considering the performance they had yesterday, which looked so good. Unfortunately, it is just a case of VP and HVP just overshadowing that today, because they have been so strong and so on the money. And that's that adaptation day coming through for both these teams, realizing what they need to do, how they need to get it done, what maybe was going wrong yesterday. For Down 1 now, they're just trying to replicate what happened yesterday. Not quite finding the groove yet.
Not quite yet. It kind of happened over in their group stage as well. Down 1 looked like they'd found their feet, looked like they were established and playing for some of those top spots, even direct qualification in sometimes blank. But then it just started to feel like it was slipping away, and they paled in comparison to the powerhouses that pursued them. And they were, in the end, taken out of those top 3 spots. Hopefully they can hold on here. They're looking fairly set. If they can breach 100 today, it will be an excellent result for the Korean squad.
That's exactly what they want. And for a team that has made leaps and bounds in terms of performance, it's good to see. And this circle will give them at least a little bit of modicum of control over the next circle, next shifts. HVP still hell-bent on trying to take this compound away from Besiktas. So with that next shift, though, it might be an idea to move down towards that south side. Emulate something they saw their brothers in Western Europe and Mad Bulls pick up, which was one of those ditch spots over towards where Power is currently playing. Head down there. Game Lord removed by Skylights Gaming. Skylights Gaming with 4 players earlier on, but now down to just 3 with 1 not coming through. 2 eliminations, not quite enough yet.
It is a crucial team as well. With only those 3 games left to play, they need good results here. Has to Power. HVVP rolling up to Besiktas finally. Ooh, gonna have to take the fight, but that is a big nade from Sun HP around from the back lines, and in comes the push. Why not? HVVP playing 2 and 2 on the split. Tixi wants to move in for a refrag. Meku's too close for comfort. Should be spotted, taken out, flush. Tixi gonna try and hold out for Matic, but backed off by the nades. Taken very, very low as well, flooding around the edge. And they're down to 2. That was a big nade from Sun HP. Disaster strikes and in comes Skylights Gaming, actually, to try and take their turn at the batting post. Not going to last long. An HVEP dispatched really very fast by Besiktas. Good news for Vampire for their bid for the top.
Yeah, legitimately a disgusting send over from Sun HP with that nade over the top. I think there was some help from Zesty as well, where the initial grenade popped and then they timed it so well that it was just 2 nades popping at the same time in a very similar area, in which case both players go down almost immediately. Very, very well done, very well set up, and it felt like Besiktas were playing it very slow, but just were waiting for HVP to get a little bit too close. And I think for HVP, there were different options. They were talking about how they wanted to get a little bit more aggressive. I think that's maybe not the place to do it, though, where you could be moving down into the circle and just making a full send for one of those positions within the forested region, where you could just play out the rest of the game as a 4-man squad.
Besiktas moving now away from that compound. They have to roll up, and Tem Entertainment seemingly providing fairly little resistance at this stage. Enjoy looks for the shots over their way, looks for the back line. They've already found the knock to start things off, and Bevy will be flushed by the exploding vehicle. Enjoy does get knocked in response, and that is a back off angle. Difficult to go for this res. They'll have to commit to a back push to come on through, but with the blue zone pushing in, they might just have to give up the ghost on that one. Playing as 3 now moving forwards. Mormon launching the nades into the back. Not really finding too much, but slowing Besiktas down if nothing else. Shots from across the way. I think that might have been Peace coming on through, but there are south shots from Power, who are looking to put in the performance as well today. 1 elimination so far, 2 players left on the game.
Not ideal. Skylights Gaming, they do get one of their players back up. Able to play a little bit further into this match. Again, for them, there's a big hurdle going down towards the roaded side. Nima's providing an anchor point, but soon a lot of these teams are going to be moving out from a lot of these protected areas. Bacon Time were happy inside Lipovka, should have to move soon. So will Inco, so will IHC, A7. All these players on the northwest side caught up within each other at the moment. And there's the circle shift down towards Nima, and Inco. Again, circle blessing coming through strong for them.
Spray over towards Skylights. Your boy down and will be out to Peace. Besiktas looking to put up those points. Bacon Time on the northern side. They've been holding in Lipovka for a while, playing as 4, 2 eliminations. Fairly healthy. Look at the meds that they've got available. Should be fairly clean. Tem Entertainment still suffering. This duo for Power are actually doing quite a lot of work in their position.
Again, this is the weird thing about both FaZe and Power so far is that they'll lose a lot of players early, but then can make it quite far towards that end game. And you just wonder how much more they could do if they're able to hold on to some more of their teammates going into these final moments where things get very tough and quite difficult in terms of pushing in without that power that comes with a more amount of teammates, more angles, easier time taking these engagements.
Bacon time nades over towards Skylights Gaming. Nima close to AJ, so could be difficult. Maybe Rezable, but right on the edge of Lipovka. Inco have not really been super loud today, Blank. I mean, we saw a lot from them yesterday. They were putting up some pretty decent numbers and playing with the best of them, but they're 76 now, 6th place. A good game here would be pretty decent, and they are slap bang in the center on the southwest peak of Lipovka as Tem finally get dispatched by Damwon. We'll be able to pick up no eliminations in the game as well, so 11th place. Bad news yet again for Tem.
Yeah, I love how you did see Sung and Bavian there just sitting inside the shack, and then Forrest is like, look, we got to clear this area, man. Just flies in with the vehicle and just takes out the player that's holding in. Sung does move out, but Besiktas Peace have an angle. Great shots through the smoke there from Peace, just estimating where these guys will be coming from. Just like that, Damwon with a click down to just one player.
Oh dear. A nade. I felt like the nade turned the vehicle there, but either way, they are going to be drawn short. Besiktas getting dismantled coming on through.
Out.
10 eliminations, sure, but Power is still in the fight. Besiktas carry on going. 9th place eliminated for Damwon. 6 eliminations total. And everybody's starting to rack up these points now. Besiktas with 1 player alive, 11 eliminations, Blank, and they're top 6 already. Vampire went down over in Lipovka in the meantime. Going down in 7th with 4, so not too much gap open between them and HVVP.
What a stressful little engagement over on that northwest side. So many teams cuddled up over there, and finally someone gets pushed out of bed and it leaves a reaction of sorts. Everyone takes shots at one another. Alex, last player alive for IHC. Revo barely escapes with his life still intact. 4 eliminations, 5th place. Some of these players, some of these teams trying to get some points back on board, but both Power as well as Skylights Gaming, it's not enough so far. I think Damwon Game were able to get a few more points for themselves. Sends them a bit further up towards the top of the lobby. Maybe not safe, but definitely within that top 16 if they keep this up.
Inco playing central. 7 eliminations for Alpha 7. Been through the wars they have. On that south side, they'll make their stand on the hill. Zone 7, Bacon time, repositioning. GK just trying to hold on. Ragnar, solo player, east side in the blue, in the town as well. So a lot of cover for him to play around. Ninth place at the moment still, I believe, for Skylights Gaming. You're probably looking at about 70 points being the barrier now to cross, so hopefully they've done enough. Bacon time already looking good to jump up that a little bit further, close that gap, see themselves solid. If not going to be competing with the top of the tables, they will be certainly looking to secure their place in that last chance stage.
Bacon time. Looking to find a bit more, but Alpha 7 also doing some good work here, John. Like you said, a little bit far down the rankings, but this is a good opportunity now to open things up just a little bit. Inco, 3 eliminations for a little bit more. These guys just hold on, they wait it out. Seems to be always a case of 2 teams and then Inco in the middle. really, we should put the Piggy logo over towards Inco Gaming because they do like to play Piggy in the middle quite often during these matches.
Well, still playing as 4 though. Squash gets back and gets healed. Looking fairly healthy. 3 eliminations right now for Inco. As I said, they've been fairly quiet today. And they need that punchy performance to come through. I mean, Vitaly staying alive for so long over on Miramar. Good news, sure, but this is one of their best chances that they've seen so far. And as their last game day, as it is for all of these 3 teams, posting these big numbers. A hopeful sign for things to come for them. Over the wall. And Alpha 7 look for the crash too. But they're just moving up a little bit further.
Nenebete, 4 nades still available to him. Meantime, Bacon Time get towards Warehouse just behind. He's in this moment, whilst Inco are distracted to get into a better position. Jump in on this third party when they have the chance. Alpha 7 probably in the least defended area out of all of this. It might be decent coming into Zone 9, where they're able to take out the players as they move out from these warehouses, but for now, they do have to keep investing these smokes to make sure the sightlines are clear from both Bacon Time and Inco. They're playing the waiting game. Eventually, this circle will pop off the fight between Bacon Time and Inco. Revo steps up, has a good broadside towards these guys as well.
Noise gets cut down by it as well. Ice pushes through, gets felled at the first, and Inco hold Bacon Time out miraculously. Now it's a full 4v4. They're no longer in the middle, but Nenebete taken down by Mythic, who have taken this opportunity for Alpha 7 to move on in. Vitaly around the corner could be crucial if he needs to find Mafioso. Will have to get the shots. Carrillo goes down in the meantime to an aid from Squash to even the numbers. And Alpha 7 versus Inco still rages on. Mafioso on the roadside has got a sight down the warehouse alleyway, but the nades can start to pour on through. Mythic challenges out Vitaly and wins it, and Alpha 7 once more have the lead.
Difficult stuff here. 3 apiece. Rez came through in the meantime. Mafioso now moving up to flush and finish. Drops the deck. There's a guy in the back, but Rebo still going strong. This excellent off angle is paying dividends now, John.
Pushing on down the hillside. 2 players from Inco to hold off against 3 active for Alpha 7 around the side. Nenebete falls first, and now there's only 1 more to deal with. It's Squash. Mythic moves in for the final blow, but he's on the outside. They don't think they realize. Will do now, though, as they lose the point to it. Mythic steps through, and Alpha 7 take the chicken dinner.
Finally getting a big win for Alpha 7. Versus their Brazilian brethren there as well, so actually able to make it happen. I think that Inco was showing them up a little bit for their region, and finally they get themselves a good game on the board. Cracking spot there from Revo at the end. Honestly, he was such a playmaker over the Americas Championship and the PMPL overall, and it's been a bit weird not seeing him light up as much as we saw him do there. And finally, he gets that incredible spot, which takes down the majority of the guys coming through from Bacon Time. Yes, Inco were able to pick up most of the points for it, but if it wasn't for Revo, you know, they would not have been so low. The speed at which Bacon Time went down was just because of the amount of bullets that they suffered from Revo on that off angle.
And not only that, Alpha 7 capitalized perfectly on exactly that push. They slowed Bacon Time down, forced Inco to deal with it on their own, and then the rest of the team just moved on up, and it was the vice grip that took down the lobby.
Very, very well done. Look at that, 15,000 meters as well. Actually traveled during that game to get into position. Not an easy journey for Alpha 7, coming down all the way in Sosnovka, swinging up and around to try and find themselves a position on that map. I really did have to fight tooth and nail to get that one.
Besiktas as well with a blaster of a game. I think they got 11 eliminations total. They went down a little bit early maybe for their liking, but at the bottom of the tables, you take those points. A lot of good performances, but in the end, Alpha 7 fight their way to the chicken dinner.
I mean, that match, that was all on Revo's shoulders in a phenomenal way for him to close things out as well. Here, able to pick up the 27 points in total for Alpha 7, who have been, I will say, a little bit quiet so far. A great finish and a great capitalization as well onto Inco, who I think we all kind of agree, who played actually really well considering the situation they were in with Bacon Time behind them, Alpha 7 in front of them. It's hard to fight a battle on two different fronts.
I think that Jondra in their game said like the limit that teams are kind of aiming for to make in top 16 is around, what, 70 points? They were at 76 points before this. This is the one that's just assuring their spot in the top 16 to make it to the last chance. So Alpha 7 are looking amazing. But as you said, Revo, this guy goes to the other side of the road solo, clears himself a little bit of an area so he can just play behind that car, play behind the rock, and he just smokes all the information away from Inco so they cannot stop the cross from happening from Alpha 7. True MVP of this game, and 6 limbs on the board. Like, he really enabled his team to steal the game away.
Yeah, but another team that kind of really showed what they're made of is Besiktas. These guys managed to get, what, 9-10 eliminations by the end of the game. They got a decent placement as well. That is a massive, massive boost to their points so far, especially going into the 5th game very soon. This is the kind of boost that they needed to boost their morale, to get themselves ready for the end of the day and put themselves in a position that would allow them to qualify in tomorrow's games. And I do have to point out, once again, there is yet to be a chicken dinner for Group Yellow. Group Green have so far taken every single chicken dinner today, and they've taken 4 out of the 6 yesterday as well. Is it just going to be a green day today? Or where's Group Yellow? What's going on?
I'm feeling some hatred towards Group Yellow here. I don't know if you're feeling it as well, Max.
Yeah, I don't know. What have they done to you, Sandstorm? Like, come on.
It's not. They're
trying.
Just to show. It's just to show like why Group Green is the group of death and just how strong the group is and how difficult it was for teams to even just make it out to the grand finals. And you can see how still tough it is during the survival stage. So what's going to happen when we get to the last chance? It's going to get even more difficult for these teams.
Okay, well, we'll continue to discuss this and how Sandstorm is completely biased here on the desk after we come back from a short break. Well, Sandstorm, I think I actually tracked your taxes and found out who is paying you off to talk positively about them, but we're not going to go into it on air. We don't need to do that. We'll let the House Committee do it later on. But gentlemen, Max, you wanted to talk about Inco actually in that last match, and I'm going to let you do exactly what you want because I'm a very gracious host.
Thank you so much, Jason. That is so nice of you. Inco, we're in a fantastic position, of course, this entire game, like playing the outskirts of Lipovka. In the case the circle went away from Lipovka, they have priority to gatekeep like all the teams in, like, you know, your GK, your Bacons, like they are the team that was enabled to do that. The circle keeps centering on top of them, but compared to their game that I would say was somewhat gifted to them yesterday in the open field finish, here, they were so proactive on how they were positioning their players. They had a great 2-2 split, keeping tabs on Bacon, keeping tabs also on Alpha 7. The moment Bacon go down, they regroup, try and fight Alpha 7. Of course, it doesn't work out because Revo played it so well. But I gotta say, despite not getting the chicken dinner, I think this is the best game we have seen from Inco this match so far. This tournament so far, should I say. So yeah, I'm sold on Inco, and I think that I want to see more of this Inco in particular.
Well, I think they're able to play like that because they're using the Sony Xperia 1.4 phone and Xperia Stream, which is made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming, and potentially some chicken dinners here, which we did get to see out of Inco in the very first match. But as we got to hear Max talk about Inco, what about Bacon Time, Sandstorm? You wanted to touch on them a little bit.
Yeah, so Bacon Time, this is the second time I believe that we've seen them have such a huge split. You had one player on the east side of Milta, one player in the factory near Milta Power, and then you had a duo split go all the way to Lipovka the second they saw that zone. So it was a very early rotation from them, getting a lot of information, and with how the zone shifted, it definitely helped them out. Now they're in top 4 after that game. So again, yet another team that I feel it's like they're already at the point where they're guaranteeing themselves to get to that next stage. But when I'm looking here at that second page, I'm seeing some teams that are still struggling. I mean, Reject, after getting a huge performance in the first game, their performance has started to go down. But I don't even want to talk about GK. They managed to get top 4 in the last game, but that was just because Ragnar was able to survive for so long. But just no show of force whatsoever from GK right now. And this is one of the teams that was 7 points away from being just qualified directly to the PMGC Grand Finals. So what happened in this week and a half or 2 weeks? Massive change, and it's not for the good, GK.
Well, also some interesting stuff there, as you saw FaZe Clan. They have 9 eliminations and 20 placement points, and they're in 17th place. Reject have 20 eliminations and 11 placement points. So a little bit of a difference here in terms of how these two teams are playing. And we obviously did discuss yesterday about some teams potentially just playing for placement points just to secure a top 16. But that won't work for you when we get into our last stage. But you know what will work for me, gentlemen? Senior teams to watch here and ripping on you for your choices. I can't really rip on you too much, though. I think Sandstorm has the really interesting picks. But before we go to you, Sandstorm, IHC backs, man. They haven't looked too solid today, too strong. However, the last match was a little bit better for them.
It's kind of similar to my final pick of BTR at the end of yesterday, which is they need a wake-up call. IHC is a team that, you know, is a legacy team when it comes to PMGC of how they performed 2 years ago. I have yet to see that IHC in this tournament. Like, even in their group stage, it was not working out. So yeah, I want to see a step up. There's 2 more matches. I would like to see it, like, right now.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, I can respect the Besiktas pick, but GK again and Tem Entertainment, why those two?
Tem and Besiktas share common drops when it comes to Erangel and when it comes to Miramar. They're very, very close to each other, so I want to see if there's going to be a change in that. And because we're getting towards the last 2 games of the day, we need to see a massive performance from both of them if they want to give themselves the best shot going into tomorrow. And of course, the last day, the last chances that they're going to have to fight for a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye out on those teams because I know I will be, so I can rip on you guys if they do horribly in this next match. But luckily for us, we have John Allen and Blink to make the action even more fast-paced and awesome as we're going to head over to them here for match number 5.
That's right, I'm fast-paced, he's awesome. We're going to be getting on into the next game. I feel like that's quite good. I feel like we'll take those titles, you know?
I'll take it.
We're getting into the next game of Miramar.
We are indeed getting there very, very soon, and Sandstorm brings up interesting points in terms of, like, there is some teams now that really do need to get a move on, get going right now, because some of these teams haven't really put up a good performance at all. Now, Aegon IA, obviously, this team over in red, 17 points down towards 21st spot, but are players that haven't completed their 6 games as of yet. Vivo, Keed, Geek, Tem Entertainment, really not the most amazing of numbers so far with 12, 11, and 8. Hoping to bump up those numbers just a little bit. We're also keeping an eye on some of our teams who will be concluding their survival stage very, very shortly up towards the top of the tables. That's Skylights and Power, currently with 53 and 57 points. And yes, that doesn't seem too bad, but when you look at it in the case of LGD has 6 games played, 57, tied with Power Esports, and then also Power Esports being in Group Green with 7th place, 57, get up to 6th place from Dan1 Gaming, 81 points. There's a really big jump up there that needs to be fulfilled at some point.
Absolutely. And if you look at what's happening at the end of this survival stage, right, we're getting rid of the bottom third of the lobby, right? We're cutting 8 teams out of the set of 24. And so if you look at just in each group, that means that the bottom 2 and the third teams go. So if you're in the bottom 2 of that group, assuming that each of the groups are equally powerful, you are really very much at risk and in that elimination zone, which is exactly as you said, with Skylights and Power, the position they find themselves in. The question for me, though, is, are those groups similarly powerful? Because I feel like, as we've talked about quite a lot, Group Green was the group of death.
It was, exactly, and I think that's what makes it even more terrifying when you are in the bottom two of Group Green, just purely with the way also VPE and HVP have been playing with that point sponge at the top of the tables. You are getting less points overall than maybe some of these other groups will get as they are more evenly balanced. I think that's the major worry you have to find yourself in. And if I'm Power and I'm Skylights Gaming, I'm looking at these two last games as basically their own personal last chance at this point in time, because I think if they don't get any huge games here, I'm talking 20 to 30 points total over the next two matches, it is looking real terrifying going into tomorrow and just watching yourselves as you start to slip down those tables. So 7th place and 9th place respectively, 57 and 53. There has to be a change there for both these teams. Down one would also like to get a little bit more points on board to see themselves a bit safer. I think most teams from Group Green have performed fairly well during this tournament, including A7, who actually jumped up into 3rd place now, 103 points, which is a really nice change of pace for them. Considering we haven't been able to talk about them too much throughout the days, and more focusing on Inco, the other Brazilian team towards the top of the standings, I think A7's done a great job to bounce back.
Absolutely, and as I said last game, we're expecting that bubble to be in the 70s somewhere, a little bit malleable and volatile given the short sprint nature of this tournament, but they've managed to put themselves up and over into those 80s and above, which is first down to 6th right now. So it's likely that we're going to see all 6 of those teams making it through, which is pretty solid, really, coming through from each of these teams. Even if down one from this point onwards don't really have the best of times in the remaining games that they've got to play, the last 2, they can still be fairly confident that if they put up even 4 points a game, they should be really safe and secure into those last chance stages. But you don't just want to let that go. You want to be jumping up those tables as well for the little bit of prize pool bump that you can receive for that.
Yeah, I think that the prize pool is no longer a massive concern for a lot of these teams, unless you're at the top side with HVP and VP, who are currently still trying to set the benchmark of the biggest game of the tournament so far. I think that's when you're looking to really get towards the top of the standings. HVP currently 4 points behind VPE. It is a real battle at the top here between both these teams to try and get as many points as possible on board.
Been a real slugfest between the two, but they haven't moved super far in the last couple of games, to be fair. And it has been the time of other teams to try and put a dent in it. We were talking about there was a 40-point buffer, right, during the last game. This time around, they're only playing with around a 25-point buffer, a little bit less than that, in fact, about a 21 between Alpha 7 and HVVP. So it is still being eaten into. However, it still exists at the top. Let's hop in with Inco, who had a really solid result in that previous game, staying alive. One of the best ways to keep it on in as well in the running, 94, and they put themselves over that and into those above 80 point scoring positions, looking pretty solid as well to qualify.
Absolutely, John. I think that you're looking at Inco. They've done a great job so far from their 11th place position.
Inco rolling through and trying to keep this one going against Power, who were, to be fair, a major arbiter in those final circles of the last game, but a roll-up actually coming on through towards the Power duo position from Squash, peeking over that headland, peeking over to look for the spray down. They do have an off angle in Anibete as well, but in comes backup from Vitali. They are circling, they're swarming, and Power laid bare on the hillside, taken down 1 and 2. A punch moves on in and will be able to beat it out on the slugfest. Power fall to 2. Have to play from water treatment, playing on that north side of this engagement. Inco move away with 2 elimination points, nicely found. The circle really heavily up and to the north. HVVP playing in La Cobreria, leaving Tixi down south, their outpost, again in a really solid position to do well on this Miramar.
Absolutely, John. I think that this is, again, a position where they played extremely well from before. I think they have a great opportunity now to actually do the exact same thing. Fortunately for them, though, you've Game Lord coming up towards that ridge side, looking to try and steal away that spot. And with Tixie heading there nice and early on his lonesome, he does tend to be quite an easy target. So good thing for him that he spots that, immediately moves out towards that western side, towards Vivo Key to regroup with the rest of his team, as opposed to trying to hold on to that as a solo and wait for the rest of his team to arrive. Much better to stay as a 4 on this northern edge and fight out for this position later on, where it becomes more of a priority position.
We had a really far northern circle in the group green group stage, which played all the way up to the north side of La Copreria, in which HVVP did really very, very well to control a lot of the ground around some of the mountainous regions up there. So they'll be hoping for a repeat of that, I'm sure, if Tixie can get out of dodge, because at the moment he is starting to be circled now, Blank, by Bacon Time, Vivo Keyed as well.
FaZe moving up. How's that top side? 29 points, really haven't moved too much from their position so far. Rejects similarly riding on the coattails of their first game. Inco looking for another central spot within the circle. I'll be curious to see if this one heads over towards the eastern side. They could pick up a few more points. 94 points, so very respectable so far throughout this entire tournament. Again, you were saying earlier you'd like to see Damwon just get a few more points in this game. I think that I'm in the same boat here. Getting a few more points to Damwon would see them in a good position. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that yesterday they were not able to retain that kind of pace coming into today. But you have that one good day. That's fine. That's what you need to see yourself in a better position. And I personally would much rather have my good day on day 1 as opposed to day 2. That is just giving you a much more easy buffer to play around with, makes you feel safer, takes a lot of the pressure off coming into the next day, and even if you make a few mistakes, they're easily fixed.
Besiktas moving in on the western side. They're playing late and slow up the western road. Going to be ticking away and trying to backfill, probably looking to swing up past Ruins and to that road on the north side of La Copreria. Currently, that position is occupied by IHC on the western edge, with Bacon Time a little bit further south, and of course HVVP with their outpost to the north side of La Copreria. The next circle just about to come through, and it's really going to dictate a lot of this next set. Goodness me, that is right onto the Crater Fields, Blank.
This is going to be difficult for these teams to actually figure out where to play. There's a few compounds down here that you can head over towards, but nothing too concrete, honestly. You can try and head early towards the center here and kind of play for the late game, where Vivo Keyed is currently sat inside the fields themselves. There is a compound towards that south side too, which has overlook over towards a lot of that open ground. It is made even more tough by the amount of high ground that surrounds Crater Fields, because a lot of teams would rather hold on that high ground nice and early as opposed to head into Crater Fields and try and pick up that compound and hope that it would actually go center for you. VPE taking shots from Alpha 7. Stone gets a good spot behind, but there's an instant refrag, and look at this guy, he's all over the place.
Schwepp doesn't quite get the run down onto Carrillo, but does manage to take down his teammate. Schwepp trying to get around the headland. Carrillo on the chase. In comes Stops, and it's 2 players over the top. Carrillo up to go yet again. Gets a lot of damage, doesn't go down. Takes a lot, and Revo now rolls on in for the backup. There's an off angle from Alpha 7 suppressing this line, and Carrillo's still alive. Up over the top, Revo takes over the mantle. Gets the spray down towards 2 of the players from Vampire, and they have to scurry. Playing back and around, playing under the purview of Mafioso on the backlines. Revo continues to fire forwards, and Carrillo's there for the backup after getting the heal on off. Alpha 7 win the fight against Vampire, and the top team yet again is going to go down. 16th place, 1 elimination.
It is really getting out a bit out of hand here for VPE towards the end of the day. Alpha 7 really stepping up in a big way too. Down 1, taking down a lot of the members from Vivo Keyed here. It looked good for VPE. It looked like they could have come back from that one. Unfortunately, you know, it was just a case of Carrillo suddenly turning on the kill switch there. Looked very, very good in the moment. Instant flicks, instant turns. I think I've seen something like that coming out from a player from a long, long while. Now, even so, Alpha 7's still going. Taking shots over towards Nima on Skylights Gaming.
High ground being established now. Vivo Keyed clambering on up as well. Fairly broadside, but they have got the cover to do it. Nice to find. Game Lord take up a high ground position, as well as HVVP, all on this eastern side. The crater fields will be hard fought over. Besiktas did leave the blue zone on that western edge. Alpha 7 pick up another elimination over onto Nima on that eastern edge after the knock they got. They do lose a player. 5 eliminations. Looking to charge up and continue to put dents in that gap. With Vampire Esports as well going down in the position that they did, it's likely that they can close it in these final 2 games, but now is their biggest opportunity to do so.
Difficult spot on the map to play, though. For a lot of these teams, there's a huge amount of uncertainty involved. That position towards where Game Lord took up Mantle away from Tixie earlier on has been filled. Now HVP looking to perhaps try and reclaim that position. In the meantime, though, they do still have this 2-2 going on. 2 inside the blue, 2 outside. Meku as well as Kitsune watching out for Alpha 7 as they rotate up towards the top side of the Xperia over the road. A position that they might want to take shots down towards, considering Alpha 7 should be taking quite a bit of heavy damage from this blue at the moment. Might be easy to pick up a couple of eliminations on that side and cut off the team that might be backstabbing Alpha 7 later.
Definitely necessary to back clear there. IHC taking on Inco on the center. It's actually IHC to lose the first. Alex knocked flushed. 2 players playing now forwards for them. Inco, 4 players alive yet again. 4 eliminations. Nice and sequestered in their position. Difficulty will come if the circle shifts away from them as 15 teams still remain. Still a long way to trek, but getting those points on board, putting 4 up is good. Speaking of putting points up, down 1 already, managing to grab away 2 points, and now playing in a compound on the south side. Should be fairly safe to get a couple more.
Quite hard to get Game Lord off this top side. Skylights Gaming, though, 2 players. John, this is not looking good for them. I think at this point in time, Skylights Gaming is in real danger of being dropped out of Last Chance. They're depending on other teams doing worse than them, which is quite unlikely to happen, especially when you have... I think this is the biggest issue as well, John, is because when you have that goalpost to hit, you're like, right, we have to just get more than 53. That makes your life so much easier. Because if it just comes to a case of, like, right, we just need to survive till 5th place every game, that's easy enough. We'd have to take too many fights. Let's just play it safe. We don't have to go for high elimination games. This is what all the guys in Group Green are thinking about right now, which is to push for these high elimination games to set the benchmark as high as possible.
Try and get out of that danger zone, but Power going to struggle on this game with 1 player. Skylights as well, only on 2. Both going to be scrambling for it. Tem Entertainment move in on the south side. This is right on the northeast edge of El Pozo. That is just about still in the circle. FaZe spotted, similarly positioned actually right next door to Tem Entertainment. EK taking shots over that way down southwest. Next circle comes on through and it is over to the eastern side. The high ground controlled by Game Lord and HVVP. This is big news for both of these teams.
Massive news. I think for HVP, less influential maybe because they're already towards the top of the standings, but for Game Lord, this is a real opportunity for some serious high ground, some serious presence that they've held up here for a long, long while to get a lot of eliminations and set themselves higher within the rankings. 26 points at the moment over 4 games. It's not the most amazing of averages they've got so far, but this might be a game where they get the opportunity to bring those averages massively upwards.
As long as Alpha 7 don't try and crunch in onto Meku's position, they might be okay with it. FaZe suffering as they try and leave. Tem Entertainment as well. Both of these teams are going to have to sail on out, and there is higher ground to deal with. More so on this northern edge. Really, really tricky. They're shooting at each other. They're getting shot at from the mountain, and it's all coming crumbling down for both of these rosters, but FaZe are getting the better end of the deal. Chimes in from Reject as they try and plink away a couple of the points, and will be able to do so, in fact. Good news. In the meantime, Inco down 1, going at it. 5 eliminations coming through from Inco, but down 1 are still alive with just the 1 in the crate. Blur of HP to keep them on going and pushes out with it. Tries to skirt around, doesn't want to be caught on the inside, but taken out, eliminated. Final blow dealt. Down 1, only get the 2 points, so needing a little bit more than that potentially. Tem Entertainment in the meantime, and FaZe still just trying to leave, being denied access to the circle. Reject, 4 players stand in their way on their east. GK as well, 3 players, and they're on the north side. You cannot get away with this.
It is so difficult to get back into the circle at this point in time if you're on the outside. If you weren't towards Crater Fields on this edge, you are going to be suffering. There's not a lot of area in this circle to play. You don't ideally want to be inside Crater Fields, so there's a massive chunk that's taken out of this circle, making it almost like a donut of available playing area. Meku does take a knock there from Alpha 7 in the backside, and Revo will pick up that elimination. So although Meku is able to provide the information back, they would have much rather you able to live longer. Having those angles available up on the high ground so useful to you, and the fact they were able to slip in undetected on that northern side over the northern road crossing has really caused some pretty bad pain spots there for HVVP going forward now.
FaZe going down, second place team from Group Yellow, out of all of them. Just behind Reject, and Reject the ones to take them down as well. So I'll be happy about that to open up a little bit of a lead, but want to squeeze a little bit more out of the lobby in these last 2 games that they've got left to play. FaZe relegated to just the 1 Erangel left on the day. Reserve down 1, and they need just a couple more. They should, in theory, be safe for now, Blank, but we know, as you said, those goalposts being set for that bubble. It would be currently down 1 that would be looking to sit in that spot. You can get over Skylights Gaming and Power, great news, but you still have to challenge up a little bit further into the top 2/3 of the lobby.
Yeah, if you can go further beyond past down 1 spot, yeah, you're looking like that's a decent place to be. That's a survival chance for yourself. So down 1 don't realistically want to be that second spot. Is like, it's happy days if we get past these guys, because it gives a little bit of too much hope to them. So if down 1 can increase the distance slightly coming into their final match after this one, much easier for them. Besiktas taking damage, and Alpha 7 still putting on the hurt over towards HVP.
This is nasty. I was like, where is Tixie? And then I realized, oh, he's down literally on top of Revo.
Yeah.
He was caught, just completely pushed upon. HVVP losing 2 on this northern position when they kind of didn't need to is not great, to be honest. It's going to slow down their point scoring ability here, and Alpha 7 is going to launch theirs up. They're on 8 eliminations already.
Wow.
Inco as well. But then again, you just lose these shots and manage to find it. Mafioso knocked. Alpha 7 down to 2. And Kitsune and Matic still on the warpath.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Kitsune. Take down Mafioso. I think there was a little bit of help from maybe another team within the lobby, but cracking headshot comes through. Now Mafioso finished. Creo remaining in the path. Kitsune still trying to be aware of that position. Again, now the opportunity unfolds for Game Lord, and Victor taking a pretty bold duel here.
Ooh, the last bullet managed to land on target. Victor still going, but finally knocked over the top. Divine launched up into the air and taken down afterwards. Served up on a platter. Robs swaps to the shotty. Sprays coming on through to look for some flushes to take Game Lord's power away just a little bit, but it's just Reiji now left standing. 2 players down low there for Game Lord. 2 players are up and active. It's a wide split, and Narvalo is nowhere really too close by. We'll have to reposition to try and go for this one. And Game Lord will be losing players in the meantime. Akashi waiting for backup potentially, but with the blue zone coming in as well, Game Lord likely down to 2 in this spot. Reiji, though, also very likely to fall for Reject.
What a wild push as well coming through from Game Lord, and almost an unnecessary one at that. Reiji still sending shots back upwards towards Akashi, waiting for the blue to push him out. Again, though, very unnecessary, and that's Akashi. 100% not getting back up again. So difficult to get him off that mountainside. Navalo's got no eyes on. 2 eliminations from this spot. A golden opportunity missed. Duello finally flushed out. May be able to find a 4th elimination here, as well as Reiji, who's out in the open. Blue will continue to push out, and Navalo has to be slick with it here.
He did it once. Can Reiji do it again? Win out the trade when he's completely broadside to the wind. Navalo to put these shots down, but he just can't quite find it. Reiji will be pushed forwards a little bit more. Will have to move. Narvalo popping, spots the gun swapping. But when Reiji comes a knocking, you got to be careful. Narvalo just so careful on these peaks. Reiji spots it with the Mini 14, takes a lot of damage, and Narvalo given the confidence to peek again. The headshot over to Reiji seals the deal. Elimination over onto Reject. 5 points on the game to close out their Miramar.
I mean, for Game Lord there, I am astonished that that happened to them. I'm astonished that Akashi gave up so quickly on that side. I mean, for the guys on game, that would be, I would be furious with that finish to my game. I mean, you've given such a good chance, you have such a good position. Victor moves out, and then Rob sends in. Yes, it looked cool, but immediately they were almost wrapped in elation with how they'd saved Victor, then forgot to check their angles, check their sides. In which case, Reiji is able to find Akashi and Robs at the same time, leaving them now just on Narvalo. Great survivor, this guy. So see if he can get further into this game. Skylights Gaming handed a bit of a card here, but only 2 players to make it work with.
Bacon Time were able to pinch away the knock that Carrillo got. Zessi from Besiktas did fall, bringing Besiktas down to 3 players. Carrillo sees them down to 2, and a spray onto more. Might even be able to find a little bit. And he swaps it out. It's Iron Sights on the UMP. He finds almost Enjoy, but not quite able to seal the final deal. 8 eliminations on the game for Alpha 7. It's good. They will be seeing themselves further up those tables, but Besiktas cut down in their prime. A brilliant opportunity at rotation, but Ice's position here. Massive, massive high ground for Besiktas. For Bacon Time on this western edge. And they will be overlooking a lot of this next circle. Unfortunately, they are right on the edge.
Yeah, pushing them in. Have HVP actually rocking up on the side. Matic's moving over. Kitsune very close by. Maybe has a nade that he's looking to toss over the top. HVP suddenly becomes kind of a powerhouse inside this circle. Ice has to drop down. Only really thing that he can do here. And IHC in the meantime had the opportunity to try and slink their way upwards. That's the wrong way, fella.
Oh dear, not going to be good. Godless. Taken down. Shots from Shirty. Tumbling down the hill as well. Can't get Godless back up, but you have to fight for this ridge side. 2 players up top for Bacon Time. Want to put these nades down towards the old. Last player standing for IHC. Pinched away, I think, actually, by Enjoy. Last player for Besiktas, but will be spotted. HVVP, as you said, in a powerhouse position, but with only 2. Can they leverage that control? Last player's Yol found, swept aside. Bacon Time, 4 players alive, 6 limbs.
They're on the open, so they will need these smokes to keep them clear. Kitsune with the Mini 14. Should be able to hit some great shots from over on that side of the map. Matic as well. Some good M4 bullets been sent through. Kitsune takes a hefty hit, though, from Ragnar. That SKS, yes, it kicks like a mule, but it also hits like a donkey.
Donkey's famously good at hitting. Power, maybe able to hold one out, but no more than the single knock. Shirty dispatches it. Bacon Time still on 4, but under pressure from Matic. Kitsune as well, hiding out in the smoke. 2 players on the north side will have to move further south, Blank.
Absolutely. That donkey just brandishing the boxing gloves, apparently. In the moment, Kitsune drops down the smokes, keep himself a bit more covered off, but getting down to 6 teams, it's a good result so far for HVP, all things considered. Losing a couple of their players to Alpha 7. Again, I think they still played the right game. They knew that someone was going to come from behind. They tried to clear out that angle, and Alpha 7 is really just on a tear today. Have really brought themselves back into the fold towards the top of the tables as well. 8 eliminations this game. Really, really well done. I think they're just feeling it. So HVP, can't blame too much for losing to Alpha 7. They are just a very, very good team. We can't forget that this is PMGC, the absolute top echelons of PUBG Mobile gameplay.
Inco, 3 players alive. No teams at full force. Unless Bacon Time can get this res, they will be at 4. 6 teams alive. Looks like they are going to be able to do so. This is a nice stage for these final circles as well. I'm kind of liking the tiered effect, the amount of cover to play around. it feels a little bit more deathmatchy.
It really does. I'm very excited as well. It's a very cool position. I think HVP kind of concerned about nades coming their way. It would be quite easy to just throw them over the top of the wall. Groza for Nenabete. Why not? This guy is terrifying. You can give him a good weapon. Geeke look to try and put some points on the board at the end of the day today.
Ooh, Matic not quite able to land the final shots on the spray shirt. He might not be so lucky. Steps out again, tucks away, but the blue zone's there. Ragnar as well, curtailing any chance they have of moving sideways. They just have to go full face into it. And the hail of bullets will not go well. Pinched away, I think. Actually, Matic picks up that elimination for HVVP. 5 points found, and they do jump up into first. Your eyes do not deceive you. When you add on those elimination points, Empire went down fairly early. 2 players from HVVP, and they're still in a fairly solid spot with a lot of cover.
Able to dominate last Miramar from a similar position at this time. Playing the survival mission. Moving through. Style tries to hit those shots, and Kitsune is given a lot of time to realize and get out of the dodge.
Matic keeping them on the swivel. Now it's definitely no teams up at 4. Reduces the power of those 3-player teams enough to the point where 2 players and duos can really impact them very heavily, especially in this scenario. Kitsune moves down further south, and Matic still playing on that high ground, trying to leverage that. Ice goes in for the challenge. Nenabete falls as well as Bacon Time tumble over the top side, under pressure, under fire from Matic, from off angles from Kitsune. Geeke as well chiming on in, but Inko hold it out in the end, and Bacon Time, they are cut short. Inko bring it up.
That's
5 teams
smart.
remain, but Kitsune, oh, that's a brutal position. The burn should be strong. Look at the spot that they hold. Geeke right on the edge as well on the south side, but getting cut down and challenged by Skylights Gaming, who need big performances still.
It's been a massively slow game from Skylights Gaming, though. Still 0 eliminations found for them. They're looking at just placement points if they continue this way. Hardly any utility left. Mafia Boy is currently healing up with the bandages. Now, Valo's still alive, though. I said this guy is a survivor. He certainly is. Managed to find his way down in top 5 now, in fact.
Strong solo performances from the squad of Game Lord. Unfortunately, haven't had a massive impact just yet, but they've had good results and keeping it nice and chunky on those points. Not quite spiky enough, though.
It's been a serious shooting range so far for HVVP. They've had some great positions to take shots out towards, controlling the entirety of this north side. Inko has to move out from this position, though, and with the circle pushing HVVP in, they would have liked to have dealt with Inko earlier. I think those Molotovs were absolutely insane, but they came out just a tiny bit too late there. Valo actually has eyes on towards Kitsune.
Oh, no.
He does. Good shots.
And Matic's
instantly,
there.
someone sees him.
Matic's there as well, knows exactly what's going on, but the blue zone's pushing in. Do they have time? It is encroaching. 6 seconds. I'm pretty sure you're just going to have to abandon that one. Either way, HVVP on the ropes now. Valo seeing to that. In the meantime, yeah, Kitsune does fall fully. Matic has to flee out to the side. Inko is still there. 2 players to deal with. Valo playing spoiler to HVVP's run. Over the top, knows there's a player behind. Nenabete caught out in the blue. Will be able to dispatch it. HVVP fall, and now Inko playing as a duo. 3 players alive for Geeke as they took down the last players from Skylights Gaming, but Valo still moves in for Game Lord.
Yeah, ridiculous spot for Valo throughout this game. Does pull out the nade, but it's too little too late, and now Geeke to finish strong. Still a 3rd place, 5 eliminations. Great for Game Lord. Could have been a lot better. Squashed down. Nenabete looking to be next.
Yeah, with the zone closing, center control already in the hands of Geeke. They will have to run forwards. Actually, this Groza is doing so much work. Hang on a minute. Taking Hope low, pushing him out towards the blue. Maybe it could all turn around, but Nenabete on a sliver of HP has got 2 first aids, continuing suppressive fire. Smoke over and forwards, no nade in hand. Will be pushed out wide, they know it. He's playing in the blue, looks for the ankles, looks to sweep the leg, won't be able to find it, and it's the blue zone to take it down. It's Geeke who are able to claim Miramar chicken dinner here with a hell for leather, all guns blazing final fight in those circles.
Could have certainly gone a very different way there. Nenabete honestly, probably my MVP so far of this survival stage. He has really turned the tides here for Inco. I know there's been some incredible plays coming out from a lot of these players, from 1v4s, 2v4s, but still Inco, Nenebete has been consistent rock for them to stand upon, and it's kept them solidified towards the top of the rankings no matter what. Yes, they don't always have the most flashy finishes, doesn't matter, honestly, as long as you get there, to be honest with you, in the end, it's absolutely fine. So very, very well done to Nenebete. And it looked almost if he hit that spray with the M4, if he just had that player step out for a little bit longer, this could have been a very, very different story. In the meantime, HVP still push a little bit further, get quite far. I think that was a 5th place, so not the best thing in the world. And maybe if there's more tops came through. So I think that right now, HVP is playing the correct gameplay. Yes, they don't get a win there, but you don't always win games in PUBG Mobile. But I think they did everything that they needed to almost get that win.
Consider as well, they were playing with a duo for the longest time on the north side. They did spectacularly well, a lot of standout performances, but right when it matters most, GK take a big chicken dinner to be able to grab a whole load of points for themselves.
Well, GK coming up big here with the chicken dinner, but they're not going to have the most points in the lobby, unfortunately. As we can see, Inco getting 12 eliminations and 12 points on the board for 24 for themselves. But honestly, there's a lot to really kind of break down this last match here. I mean, we have GameLord up against HVVP, that battle for the high ground that we saw quite a few times. Well, not quite a few times. We saw it in the last Miramar we had today. And Max, this time GameLord, looks like they wised up and finally played the position correctly.
Yeah, I do like it from GameLord, right? Avoiding to make the same mistake twice in a row, able to get a good, nice little bit of a split over on the high ground position. I do think after that, they do spread himself a little bit too thinly, which is what enables, after that, the entirety of Reject to take control of the southern eastern edge. I mean, Regio Seo, what a great clutch versus Akashi 2 with that mini 14, playing absolutely out of his mind. 55% team contribution, really stepping forward for the team. And Alpha 7 clearing up, I would say, a lot of the members of HVVP Standstorm that also might have gone a little bit too widespread on their split.
Yeah, Alpha 7 definitely showing up once again throughout these games. Carrillo is just an absolute beast. That's all we can say about him. But Inco had a great position toward... Yeah, and then Pete was destroying people towards the end. I mean, honestly, I was scared for GK and I was scared for Group Yellow. I was like, guys, this is the first time Group Yellow is going to get a chicken dinner. This is the first time GK is going to get a chicken dinner. And especially at this point in time, it is massive. But looking over the leaderboard, again, HVVP take the lead.
Well, I mean, talk about GK getting the chicken dinner, but they're still not even on the front page. They're not even top 12. That just shows how, unfortunately, underwhelming they and a lot of Group Yellow have been so far. But as you pointed out, Sandstorm, HVP, first place, 138 points. And we're starting to see a little bit of a gap develop here between like 5th and 6th place between Bacon Time and Damwon Kyo, who have both played out 11 matches and they only have 1 match left to go. But as you look down the leaderboard here, we can kind of see, I mean, GameLord, they've been able to break through top 16. Reject been able to break through top 16. GK still short, though, by a few points.
Top 17 currently. It's definitely this game, I think, was their kind of redemption arc in a sense, you could say, because they really needed a big game, not to put themselves in top 16, but at least to put them in a fighting position to make in top 16 and hopefully remain there throughout, like, until the end of the survival stage. So they make it work out just fine. FaZe, I think, has still been, as much as I hate to say it, a little bit disappointing throughout the day. I do want to see more presence from them, but they just seem like shadows of their previous selves in PMGC last year, so I do want to see the resurgence of FaZe eventually.
I mean, they've mostly been going for placement points. In Game 3, they had 8. In Game 2, they managed to get 4. In Game 1, again, they managed to get themselves 8 placement points. But when it comes to fights, that's where they seem to be struggling quite a bit. So definitely want to see something special from them going towards the end of the day. It's going to be the last game, and they have a couple of teams from Group Red ahead of them, so they need to get some work done.
Very interesting here, seeing our top performers when it comes to Aaron Go just in the group stage, though. So this does not include the survival stage, or it's not focused on the survival stage. It's focused on when they played with their individual groups. Here we can see Bacon Time doing extremely well, but Tem Entertainment, I feel like this has been kind of, unfortunately, one of the letdowns so far. Max, I'm not sure if you would agree.
I would say one thing has happened to them, and I think it's called the Group Green Syndrome, which is coming in really strong against them. I mean, I think a lot of people were saying that Group Yellow may be a little bit easier than Group Green, and now they're just understanding like, oh, this is a completely different kind of environment than what we had in the group stage, and they're learning it. They're learning it the hard way. They showed that they could do some good plays on Erangel, but it's just not been coming through today. So yeah, currently in last place. It's going to be rough entering tomorrow, because one game, even right now, even if they get chicken dinner, it would not be enough to redeem this poor day they've had so far, unfortunately.
Okay, Max with the hard-hitting answers there and analysis. Let's take a look at your teams to watch, though, and so I can start to kind of criticize you guys on those. Not sure what that sound was, but you both do have Skylights Gaming in there. You got Reject. I can understand the Reject pick, Max, just obviously what we saw from the last match. But again, with Reject's great performance in the first match of the day, we haven't really seen them hit that level again, hit that stride again.
Clearly a fumble from Reject for the rest of the day. Reggie was here, as we said, this previous game versus Game Lord, able to redeem a few extra points here and there, but you're not going to escape Narvalo on that position. So I would like to see a little bit of a step up there, but I think that they're currently one of the top, no, actually, they are the top performing team coming out from Group Yellow so far, so they're still in a decent spot. But Power and Skylight, I think we picked them for the same reason, right, Sandstorm?
Yeah.
That this is going to be the teams that are going to be playing their last match. They have no more room for mistakes, because if they fail now, this might be them just looking at their matches tomorrow and just, like, unfortunately missing out on the last chance.
Yeah, just like I believe John Allen mentioned on the broadcast, you're looking at about 75 points. That would be a kind of a safe margin, or close to safe margin, to qualify yourself to the next stage of the tournament. But Power, they would need to get around 15, 18, maybe even 20 points to get to that margin. So it's going to be a tall order. And same thing for SG. But it is possible, yeah, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, just to clarify as well here, because I actually had to go back and check the overall rankings of why you both had Power and SG. It's because, like you said, this is their last match, and they're in 7th and 8th place respectively. But the problem is they're sitting at 59 points each. And as you were just talking about Sandstorm, the expected like kind of bubble, it's going to be a little bit higher than that. So they need to have a big match here, and well, we're going to find out if they're going to be able to, though. And the pressure that must be on their shoulders, it's got to be quite tough, because we know tomorrow all they can do is just sit here and watch. They cannot play. They can't affect anything that's going to be happening. The fate completely out of their hands, and that's honestly a really tough spot to be in. Damwon Kia, though, this is their last match as well. They're on 83 points, so they're kind of above that expected bubble that John was talking about.
Yeah, so Damwon Kia are relatively safe. Power and Skylights, like you mentioned, they're in 7th and 8th, with only a 5-point, or rather a 2-point difference between them and LGD, who have played 6 games. LGD, Titan, there's only a difference of 7 points even between 10th place and 8th, with less, or basically a day not even played for Group Red. So massive difference and a lot of stress. So much pressure going on to these teams coming into this last game. And as well, for Team Yellow, we can say that they performed at least better than Team Green did and Team Red did on their day one. So they're still, I guess, when it comes to the lowest tier teams, but they're just still getting completely demolished by the Group Green teams.
I almost want to bring up like a point that I don't think is going to be happening in this game, but the top teams, a lot of them are from Group Green, are really safe. If they see a potential threat towards the bottom of the rankings, they can just pick and choose and just kind of mess with them. It very rarely happens, especially in PMGC, but the prize pool is very, like, it's very almost insignificant in the survival stage. Last chance, there's a big increase, so you can, try and fight for that extra prize pool increase. Here, hot drops can be on the table if you want to make sure you can get rid of some teams this early on.
Well, especially knowing all you need to be is top 16. It's not even top 5 right now, so you have that luxury the higher you are to go for something like that. Well, you know what? The pressure's on here. We're into our final match of the day, our final match here for our first group for Group Red. Let's see what they can do with John, Allen, and Blake.
It is down to the wire only this game left to play, and the teams in danger at the moment, looking to put up more numbers. Of course, Power and Skylights Gaming. They're going to be heading into this one. Probably the most nervous out of any two teams in this lobby. Blank. It's got to be nerve-wracking, but HVVP, they found their feet. They've been playing pretty well today. And we'll see if they can claim the top spot at the end of it.
Currently sat with 138 points so far. We talked about that championship caliber average point scoring, 11 points per game. HVP have now surpassed that. That was a 132 benchmark. They're at 138 right now, looking to put more on the board. So they're already on 11 plus average, which is absolutely unbelievable. Vampire Esports, 3 more points to hit that average on this last game. And both these teams are 100% safe now. Inco, with that last match, getting high up in the rankings, constantly in the top 5 every single time. They're sitting at 118 points. I don't know how far this will take them, but if they can continue this kind of playstyle of finding their way into that top 5 every single time, somehow, some way, with some excellent macro control, perhaps they do find themselves over towards that grand final if they keep this up in last chance. However, like you said, John, last game to play now for a lot of these teams, 8 of them from Group Green, going to finish their run here in the survival stage and wait nervously for tomorrow when the results are in.
It is quite a kind cut on the plane path, Blank, this time around. It looks fairly accessible to most places. Teams looking to go out the northwest can drop out on those western roads or on the roads to the north of Rozhok to try and grab some vehicles and head out to Georgia Pole. Teams very, very easy to access over to a lot of that eastern side as well, to be able to grab up all the loot there. The circle pops southwest, again, fairly kind. Doesn't look like it could go north of the river. Also, doesn't look like it could go onto that military island. So it looks like a Gatka Fields finish.
Yeah, most teams will be happy with this one getting into place. They can head to their usual drop spots with this plane path, as you say, John. Get situated, get comfy, and get going. We do have boys in Skylights Gaming already dropping down towards Pachinki. Very central position, good place to play from. You want to head out towards that western side, get in possession, get in a spot where you can start to play out that rest of the game from a priority spot, understanding, you know, this is most likely going to center it up towards Gatka Fields, like you say, John. Yeah, it's very, very tough now. With Power also looking to get a big amount of points on this game, they're worrying. One of their biggest problems so far has been losing players early on in the game. As we've seen their potential, how good they can be with 1 to 3 players still left alive. And when you set Kante up with multiple angles, and he's able to play his own little game where he sends off as a solo whilst the rest of the squad is distracting, he's able to put in some massive work. But we're not able to see that as often as we might like, purely because of this hemorrhaging of players in the early game.
South side of Pachinki, Skylights Gaming still just on that scrabble of loot. Power on the Gatka split. Challenged Nova for this spot for quite a while. This time, not going to be challenged in this scenario. They have had a real tough time of it over in Group Green. Very, very difficult, but 59 points most likely won't be enough to see you safe. You're going to be looking to put big numbers on the board today in this final game.
I mean, this was bound to happen with how strong Group Green was, but there was always going to be those outliers within the group as well, which got sent home during the group stage and were towards the bottom of the tables in the group stage as well when it came to that 4th to 11th position that headed through to survival. I mean, 5 out of 8 teams plus 100 points. I would say, even though this is the first time we've done this format of survival stage into last chance towards the grand finals over in January, you know, this is probably the first time we have seen such a massive lead from a singular group. I think it will be a while before we see something like this again. It'll be much more even because you see that 60 points down towards Power and Skylights Gaming that has to be taken from somewhere in terms of the buffer, and it's all been put up towards that top side. It really is not even in the placings from Group Green whatsoever. So Power and Skylights Gaming kind of been messed around just by their group, really. But that is just the look of the draw, and then you have to play to your best ability. And right now, Power and Skylights Gaming, even with the opportunity of Group Yellow coming in, maybe some different teams that perhaps they can overtake, get a little bit more points off of those eliminations, not been able to do it. Skylights Gaming and Power both in this situation where I think Power may be trying a little bit harder to pump up those points than Skylights Gaming, because Skylights Gaming are in proper panic mode, I'd say, looking for survival more than anything. Their elimination count is very, very low.
Well, if I take a quick look, I think they're currently on 14 eliminations so far and 45 placement points. They've just been living to the end of the game, whereas see Paris a bit more even with 26 to 33.
Game Lord moving past the south side of Pachinki as well. Pretty close to Skylights. Wouldn't do to lose a player this early in your final game of the set. The short sprint about to come to a close for 8 of these teams. Currently, all of them occupying the top 8 spots, sure, but remember, they've got double the number of games played than everybody else in the lobby. Alex just picking up some of that loot for IHC on the south side. That's near that western bridge from the military island, which is likely that Alpha 7 will take on over. And to be fair, the mouth of it, the entrance onto the main island that sits at the other side of that bridge is probably central enough to warrant playing on a bridge camp position to try and slow anything down coming from that angle. A lot of the time...
Yeah. Go on.
I was going to say, a lot of the time, you sort of want to leave that bridge camp area because you know that it's likely that you're just going to be left out on the outside and you don't want to be playing on the edge of the next circle. But with it as it is, you can sort of commit to a little bit more of that position.
Yeah, and on top of that, because Ferry Pier and Lighthouse position has a lot of loot involved anyway. On both sides, being able to sit around here for much longer gives you more opportunity to go for those eliminations early on and pick up a better spot within the circle, whilst also remaining fairly static, like I say, John, which is really nice. It's not a massive case when you see the circle head up towards that northern side just a little bit more. But Alpha 7, I think that you also paid off a little bit here. Svivokey lose a player because the circle is so far down in towards Sosnovka. Purely because of that reasoning means they can sit around on that bridge for much longer before having to even make their way into the circle. By which point, on this next shift, which will be quite the big shift and probably the biggest shrink when it comes to the circle size in the game on Zone 2, maybe IHC have to move. So Alpha 7's thrown a bone just because they can wait much longer before they have to make their first move, or at least forced to make their first move.
HVVP have yet to make their first move. 7.5 minutes into the game, sure they had to grab vehicles and rotate to North George, but you should be on the road by now and scouting down south to the compounds near Everest. That should be their path on in, but Tem Entertainment might be able to just slot in front of them. Rashik just with a wide rotate on this northern side as well. Going to be looking to come in through those bridges on the west side of things as well. So, see if they can find that point of entry, or if they're going to be turned away short and have to cross the river by some other means, by that central island. It's always very tricky, but can be done.
Tem Entertainment coming through. That's from that northern side, coming off from Severny. Besiktas stepping things up slightly towards the end of the day, but not in a massive way. I mean, to be fair, you look at HVP and you divide their score in half, right? You're looking at 70 points at the end of their first day. That's a first place team. So, you know, if we look at that a little bit more as in like the halfway point in terms of all these 24 teams, you know, 40 points is pretty decent at the end of a day. It's not amazing by any stretch of the but it should keep you in the running. And if you get a roundabouts that on top of the next day, that's a fairly okay middling spot to be in. Again, it doesn't really give you a huge amount of safety because there is that opportunity for tomorrow. A lot of teams will start blasting out from Group Red and overtaking. Alpha 7, though, they know they have to make this move early with that shift. Oh, that is painful. That is really rough.
Oh dear, yeah, with the shift that it came through, IHC's position had massive value and will continue to do so. This hard south shift gives them oversight from that watchtower up the top. And they'll be able to just keep on this bridge as well. Alpha 7 don't need to cross yet. I don't think they want to commit any more because they have lost that player already, of course.
Kitsune finding Regiosio there. A lot popping off around the map at the moment. A lot of teams looking for these central spots. There's so much fielded area down towards this side of the map, John. A little bit of forested zones. Currently game mode are playing in. It is very difficult. I think VPE understood that they had to really crunch in for this position. Took the time to do it.
found himself a strong spot. It's a difficult compound to control unless you have 4 players alive. There is a lot of angles you need to keep an eye on. Skylights Gaming, though, losing a player. Really bad news for them. They've already lost 1 in the process. Bodo is down. 2 players now, John.
Yeah, losing out quite heavily for Skylights Gaming. And it is really their last chance now. Power may be able to have a little bit more out of this game. They did start in Gatka fairly close to this circle. They haven't had to rotate too far, but then again, neither did Skylights, and they've come across with something awful. Survival is the name of their game, however. We know that, Blank. So they should be clued in as to how to get through this, even with only the 2 of them.
I mean, usually Skylights Gaming are able to get into a central position, then just be very quiet the rest of the game. Works on Miramar because there's so much space around a lot of these teams, with this map being so big. Erangel a little bit smaller, though. The Skylights Gaming might come into conflict. And when you're looking at this particular circle and the amount of compounds that are still available, there's not many. So it isn't a case of being able to just head up to a shack. This is a case of these 2 players sitting out in the open, inside a bush or behind a tree somewhere. Because most likely one of these 4-player squads is going to roll up to a compound and take it. If you were a less than 4-man squad, you don't really have that manpower to send in and try and pick up one of these compounds for yourself.
HVVP scouting, just rolling around these hillsides, looking for angles. Besiktas leaving, disengaging south and coming in on the west edge of the circle. Tem Entertainment a little bit further north of that HVVP position. Actually, Zessi from Besiktas is all the way up to the north and yet to regroup fully around the back. Reject played a very wide 2-2 split yet again, Blank. And they obviously lost a player earlier on. But they're now rotating again behind Zessi on that northwestern side, trying to come on through. A Groza, but it's right on the open. A little bit of a bait crate there. Inco will spot down 1, rotating through. Down 1, just looking to put about 5 points up on the board, but they roll right up into Vampire. And it's a dangerous spot to try and make work. Sung down, flushed, 3 players alive, but down 1 make that crash. They make that cross, and they are central in the warehouse now. Stops, moving around the edge, wants to put a nade on in, but will not find any damage onto down 1.
All of them lob the grenades out. I think this is maybe a bit premature from down 1, expecting VPE to come meet them in open combat. Stoned, getting close to the door now. 3 grenades remaining. 3 players, not the best scenario here for down 1 Gaming. But yeah, being in here is good, and now I think VPE get the idea of it, is that down 1's going to keep throwing nades until someone comes near that door.
I've got someone on the outside as well, playing in the gap between them and the wall. The good thing about the backside of that garage, that warehouse, is that you only can take nades from that one direction from people in the compound. The rest of them are going to have to come from the hillside, and you can establish nice sight lines of control there, especially with another team in the compound. You know that that's going to be a really difficult hillside to navigate on the south side. So it's a nice hold and a position for down 1 to stay quiet now.
Mythic. M14. Looking to maybe take some shots over towards FaZe. Carrillo being down though, we'll have to go pick him back up. Right on the edge of the circle of these guys. Power coming in from the northeast side. Don't lose too many players early on, but still have to cross those fields. Depends where his next circle heads off to. More likely will be going towards that central region. A lot of teams opting to play the edge because the way that that field directly cuts through the center of the circle, it really does cut off these 2 engagement points. All right, you've got down towards that south side about 6 teams all in contention for this area, but they're most likely won't be looking up towards the north. So we're having two essentially PUBG Mobile matches going on at the same time in one circle, where these players are just split up.
There's this vast barren area that does divide it. Will be centered on towards as well into the wastelands.
Pretty much, this is horrific. A nasty way to end things for Group Green, and right on top of Skylights Gaming. They did not want this to happen because now it's going to bring a lot of attention back their way, and they're playing as a 1-1 split to attempt to keep the pressure off them for as long as possible. It's Mafia Boy going down though. Now just 1 player left alive in Nima. GK looking down towards him on the south as well. He might be next to go, in which case Skylights Gaming will be finishing this game on a measly 59 points for their total ranking.
Fairly desperate at this stage for Skylights Gaming. Power a little bit more hopeful on the northern side, but still they've got a lot of issues to handle. Nima in the shack, cowed by a bullet, just popping shots.
I don't think this is wise.
Random pieces of cover. I mean, you're making noise, you're maybe stopping people from going straight for the crash, but HVVP are looking at it right now, I imagine, and thinking, that might be our shack, that might be the place that we have to play.
Yeah. Flexing his arms, picking up 4 separate weapons at a time and pretending to be a full-man squad. I mean, it's the play. See if it works out for him. Just this from Reject, sorry. Going down, hits the deck, should be able to shot out underneath that vehicle. Not an ideal position, just shows his back and accepts his fate. The Reject finished the day on 38 points, 39 if they were to go out right now. The one elimination they found. Again, not a bad point scoring, honestly, on the day. Getting 40 points is decent enough. We said it before. If you look at Skylights Gaming, 59 points already. If Reject can do exactly what they did today again tomorrow, they'd be absolutely fine.
And you've got to imagine when you take a lot of these Group Green powerhouses out of the lobby, some other teams are going to start to step up, and Reject absolutely could be one of them. To be able to soak up a whole bunch more of those points. So getting your hard day out of the way with a 40-pointer would be absolutely great news for pretty much anyone involved. To see us, but that's only to see yourself safe, right, into the last chance.
Yeah.
Oh,
Taurus. Oh, hello. That's a long shot, isn't it?
It's going to be able to thread the needle there, but Game Lord again down to just the one active. Rups, oh, dances away from the volley, loses a teammate in the process, but keeps the team alive by doing so.
Yeah, better to leave a teammate in the dust as opposed to go down, and that's the end of your run right there. I think Game Lord's done fantastically well today. Considering their performance over in PMPL, getting 44 points on a day in survival stage is really good.
This is
yes,
big.
They might lose players now, though, versus Bacon Time as they rock up.
Bacon Time, they're taking down Game Lord. It looks like that is going to be a pretty clean rundown over onto Game Lord. They are down and out, but on the northwestern edge, flank in the picture-in-picture, it's HBVP and Tem Entertainment as well as Power on the northern side of this. 2 players down from HBVP, and this is a chance for Power to move through. Remember, this is a crucial game for Power to keep them alive in the tournament, and they are circling right now. But in the meantime, HBVP are looking for these reses. They're down to just the one active now, as the knocks did come through. Well, it's going to be sat back for one. Can Tixie keep going? But no, Power will be able to dispatch him. Kante might be resible here. They've got 30 seconds before the zone closes, and Blank, they can get this done. 4 players alive. They'll have to figure out where to move, but Power have started off this northern side well.
Yeah, and with clearing out HVVP now, they have so much space and room to work with at 4 players as well. It's great. HVVP will finish their run there. Now at 143 points total. That is the benchmark in first place. Group Green. Well, in fact, our first team from Group Green to finish their run now. VPE might look to try and step over that one. Alpha 7 dealing with IHG in the meantime. They go out. VPE still with 4 players and 3 eliminations, and that really strong spot down towards that southeast side. They still have to push through down 1 gaming, so might take some casualties there, unless they can be very, very clean with it.
Bacon Time at 4 players, not willing to push into the compound. They split 2 and 2 and fled up north with the regroup. The Slinky retracts. Rishik just trying to descend the hills from the west, but this is what happens in the Wastelands. You just get open fired on, and it doesn't go well for anyone involved. Inco taking it. Hefty chunk of damage as well. One of the knocks, and Peace wants to put more punishment their way. A nade out the front, and Vitali falls very, very quickly to enjoy. Nades can start to enter into those doors now, in through the windows, and huge. Finds the dynamite boom, and Inco, the second of our Group Green teams to finish their run. They'll be closing it out there around the 120 mark.
Yeah, very nice stuff from Inco. Hats off to them for this tournament. Done very, very well. Most likely will be overtaken by Alpha 7, though, with 3 players still remaining.
5 eliminations so far. Power looking for more over towards bacon time. 0-7 on the floor though. Difficult to pick him back up again.
You just kind of have to cut your losses at some point. Power will still play on with 3. If they can keep this one under wraps. 0-7. A long crawl ahead. Already spotted. Will be taken down. That's bacon time to be able to pick up that point. 5 eliminations for bacon time. I know you said it was Alpha 7 looking to jump Inco, but bacon time are there as well. Remember, 109 points. 20 points behind Vampire at the start of the game. A little bit further away from first, but still very, very powerful as a team and coming in from Group Green. They haven't had the easiest time of it either. Alpha 7 getting spotted. 1, 2. Alpha 7 might be falling here. Besiktas have got a brilliant set of sightlines onto them, as do the remnants of Vivo Keed, playing with 2 in the center. Revo, though, still active, taking shots out where he can. Besiktas, 5 eliminations.
In Alpha 7 dealt a crushing blow there. Zessi providing information back to the rest of his team and Besiktas to try and pick up that final elimination. So Alpha 7, yeah, no longer looks likely that they will step over Inco. Still, they need 2 more eliminations. Might see themselves with 1 placement point as well after the remainder of this game. Power still going. That's with 3 players, 2 eliminations. They need more than that, though. Been given a lot of opportunities to pick up these eliminations. There's only 25 players left in the lobby. 22 total if you minus out the guys from Power.
This is the point where Vampire are going to have to do something. It's good that we've hopped over now because they have to leave this compound. Down 1 have been sharing it for the longest time. Ravenclaw now at the back stops. Naded out by Osal and across from Osal to the other side to spot out Ravenclaw's position. Swep wants to put that nade in, find one of these knocks, find an opening piece, but stops, crawls all the way back, and will be resible there. Down 1 are going to slow this down. The blue zone will start to push in now. Ravenclaw low. Worried from this one. Schwepp puts a nade over to the back and Osal eats it. Unfortunate, but down 1 on 2 now. Forest has to deal with Schwepp playing close with the DBS. Vampire around the side. Still all 4 of them alive. Swaps out. Wants the Molotov. Player close. And it's a 1-for-1 trade as there is excellent backup from Vampire. They time it perfectly. Ravenclaw can get rezzed here. They need to stick it because the zone is closing. And in the meantime, everybody out in the open field is going to make their egress harder. Vampire need everything they have to get out of this fight. Down 1 out, 9th place. They wanted a couple more points, but they should, in theory, be safe. They are our bubble now moving forwards as down 1 down. 6th place, 83 points.
Good stuff from them. Skylights fell as well, 59 points. Power still trying to push up towards that 80-point margin. Will be difficult. And with bacon time on this side of the map, with a very, very decent position, looking difficult for them. Stoned. Take shots over towards Revo at the time being. Ravenclaw just going to send further outwards. 4 players still left alive for VPE, the most healthy squad left in the lobby so far. Cut down Fabian as he was running towards this loot crate in the first place.
Besiktas on the southwest, actually pretty well covered, all things considered. Nade over towards Vampire. Bacon time, yet to fully regroup. 4 points of contact for Vampire. 4 angles to watch. And against small pieces of cover, that's incredibly valuable. When you can just find those sneaky little angles around the edge, under the vehicles, stuff like that really can change the tide of a game.
VPE currently trying to overtake HVP in the overall rankings now. They lose 1 player. Aziz finds GK. Ragnar Haith still alive for them. The M249 as well, so big hefty weapon.
8 teams remaining. Needed to make the 9-point differential up. Vampire lose yet another knock. Looks like they might not be able to make that run after all. Southeast side, it was always going to be difficult to leave that compound blank. But it's going to be difficult for everyone as well. 5 eliminations for Power. 3 players alive on this northern side. Can they keep it going? A big game is necessary. If they want to see themselves safe, it would need to be a 20-pointer here.
So chicken dinner with the 5 eliminations so far that they've found. Very limited in terms of supplies though. Kante looking the most healthy. Spots Divine for a second. Can't quite pinpoint the target there. Besiktas Still taking shots over towards Alpha 7 to remove that player. 7 eliminations on this game for Alpha 7. 2. Goodness me, Bacon Times are just in. That's 1 player remaining now from VPE, and from what was such a strong spot to maybe dismount HVP from the top, it's slipping all away now, and there it is.
We've seen Bacon Time do so much work on these crashes. I feel like they have it down pat. They will be playing up against some of the best in the lobby. VPE, you're right, Vampire will fall. So now Alpha 7 on the charge, but Bacon Time as well are still there with 4 players alive. The only team to have that sort of strength, but Power looks to start their run down south. 5 eliminations, 3 alive. They'll continue to struggle and suffer on this north side. They can get rid of Divine. The ground just tilts away, and they can have a little bit of cover there. Looks like they've spotted Divine.
Kante got a brief look at him before. Wasn't able to take those shots over towards him. Jumped up into the vehicle. Shifter's very, very aware of that player. Hey, wasn't taken out earlier. Aziz does go down.
Goes out. Bacon Time still on the run. GK, last player standing, getting tickled by the blue. Don't imagine you last too much longer. Revo tagged by Noise. Bacon Time want to pick up every point they can. Look at that, low on the armor. Revo spotted as well. 9 eliminations now for Bacon Time. They're looking good, they're looking set. 6 teams remain. And Power is still alive here, Blank.
This is really the time to turn it up as well. They needed this. This is so important for Power. 2 players left for them. Vivo Keyed also suffering casualties. Realistically, Power just want to try and steal away as many of the eliminations as possible now. 9 available to them in the lobby, but most likely will be looking more at survival. These late game positions more valuable than ever to them. Remember, a chicken dinner would sit them with that 20-point total, which would bring them up to around about 80 points, which is where you want to be in a decent position. Yes, it's not looking at top 5, but it is looking at a position where you can feel a bit more comfortable, especially at the end of the day here, as Power has struggled for so long to get one of these games.
Bacon Time, they take a knock their way. It's likely that's going to be flushed. I think Shirty might have just been able to save it. No, will be pinched away. 2 players from Power still out in the cold, however. They're right up against the blue. That buggy is really not going to be too useful, actually, moving forwards. Might be a good little bit of cover, but Bacon Time taking heavy punishment. Besiktas, they're standing up and taking these volley shots. Maybe Power can sneak their way on in. Nades over and forwards as Bacon Time, it looked pretty good for them. They've already done so much, but Besiktas have been blasting. Yet again, they find an 11 elimination game guaranteed. Kante moves out towards Divine. Reject's last player is right there. Can he find the shot? Kante down and in the dust. Will be knocked, will be flushed. No, it's turned around. And Power stay alive. They keep on in it. 3 players from Besiktas and Power with 6 now. Looking for an open dash. There's no way you can make that. Goodness me, you're just going to have to hope that Kante can crawl to the bales.
Alaji looking to send the shots through the smokes there. Find what he can. They get a 2nd place. It's good for them. 18 points it would see them at, which is very, very respectable. Not 100% safe, but better than nothing. That's for sure. Besiktas, though, also really did need this game, honestly. It's a very, very important one for them. So far, I think it's 11 eliminations that they've found, which is extremely good. Alhaji will have to move off the back of this hay bale soon, though.
Right on the edge. Besiktas go down. 2 knocks. Go over to Ice with the nade. This is a chance. It's a 1v1v1 at this point. Blank Zessi cannot stand up now. He's going to try and run all the way back and play behind the headlamp, but there's the spray. There's 1, there's 2. Oh my goodness me. Power looking to try and take it at the final moment. Just Zessi to deal with now. Should be able to spot him. No, the gunshots will have given his position away. Zessi doesn't quite want the challenge just yet. This ridge in front of him, it's just tilting back, and Zessi doesn't have the angle.
There's a jump!
He's looking for the shots, he's looking for the player, but can't quite spot it. He's crawling forwards. Power with a chance. They've already made it far enough. Blank, this is excellent news for Power. They might have done enough to keep themselves safe. They will be the benchmark for other teams, but this is miraculous coming through from Power. Right at the closing hour, the final moment for them. 12 eliminations and Peace crawls back. It's now a 2 versus 1.
Alhaji struggling now. Zessi moves out to the side. There might have been an opportunity for Al Haji to move forward, run straight at the hay bale and eliminate that sight line. Zessi drops in the vehicle. This has to be quick. Knows he should be on the edge, has to pop him
there it
out!
is. Oh dear, can't quite get it done, and the rundown is good. Besiktas take the chicken dinner, but Power still put up big numbers. A team that we might not have expected at the start of this to be in the conversation now on the precipice of elimination from this stage. They will have no games to play. It's all on the rest of the lobby.
What a way to end it. A much needed performance coming through from Power on that last game. Besiktas, though, really showing us why they did qualify straight through to PMGC from those PMGC points. They're a good team, but a little bit too patchy here and there in terms of performance. I want to see more of this coming through from them tomorrow. That 27 points they started on the beginning of this game would have been really bumped up by the amount of eliminations they're able to find and the chicken dinner at the end of this one. They played it out fantastically well. Zessi of a really big performance coming through. 7 eliminations, 6 knockouts. Really the key star player in this game. Very, very well done. But yeah, we have now finished for Group Green. They have concluded their run here now, John. And we will be watching with bated breath to see how many teams can catch up tomorrow.
Only Skylights Gaming really taking that early dip is, in my mind, confirming them not to be going through. I mean, it would be very unlikely for that to be seen to not make it, but it's all on how many of Group Green are going to go through. If seven of them go through, that will be absolutely crazy, Blank, but Power might have been able to do enough. Down 1 Kia as well, not out of the woods just yet. Remember, they're pretty low down on those 80s as well, so can they keep it going? Besiktas, though, take a massive blast of a chicken dinner.
Besiktas finally getting to see them step up here with 28 points, but they were almost ruined by one player and one player in particular with that nade coming through, but a great little res coming through as well behind the hay barrel. And they get themselves the chicken dinner. Dinner?
That's a really cool chicken dinner. I love that one. But I think even Ice was surprised after he got doubles. Like, wait, that was I just got double nade on Besiktas. What the hell happened? And that opened up, of course, an opportunity for potentially Bacon Time, for maybe also Power to get that chicken dinner. And you were exceptionally hyped, Sandstorm. You reverted back to Arabic mode for a moment in that game. That was a massive game for them. Maybe this is the match that allows Power to make it to the last chance. This is huge.
Yeah, I mean, they were going into this game with, what, 59 points, sitting in 8th place, so getting 19 here, a third of their points in this one game, is absolutely huge. And I think even that extra kill, or extra elimination rather, that Haji was able to secure at the end, that's going to have a huge difference. But for the second day in a row, it is still going to be Schweppes just completely sweeping everyone. 5,000 damage.
Well, see, what I want to know is this from today alone, or is this for an accumulation of the 2 days? Because if it's across the 2 days, kind of makes sense. If you pulled up 35 eliminations today, I would also be screaming in Arabic, even though I don't know any words. But honestly, yeah, 35 to lead the way. The problem is he won't be playing any matches tomorrow because they're all done for them. But as you can see here, remember, it's all about top 16, and HVP will be holding on to that first place position. And gentlemen, I feel like we could all say with 100% confidence, HVP, Vampire Esports, Bacon Time, Inco, Alpha 7, all going to be confirmed into our last chance.
100%.
100%,
There
yeah,
is
agreed.
no way these teams do not make it into the last chance. So now they can already start thinking, what's going to be the next attempt? How are we going to deal with the competition in the last chance to hopefully be in the top 5? That should be their next goal, preparing for that.
Whoa.
They're looking good, but okay, this is...
Yo, Vivo Kid!
Man,
they
145 matches and they still only scored 19 points. That is not a good sign for Vivo Kid, but yeah, obviously a little bit of a tough time for them. But again, like there's a lot of teams with just 6 matches played here. There's obviously 16 teams, but it all comes down to tomorrow. I mean, the pressure's on. Depending on what position you're in, there's only a few teams that are looking relatively safe. Everyone else, a chance that they could potentially fall off and be knocked out. Honestly, I'd be kind of happy to be playing in Group Red because you now know. Well, we're pretty much safe if at least you performed the way you were expecting to.
Pretty much. Right now, Yellow has not been looking like a massive threat compared to what we saw from a lot of the teams of Group Red. So, yeah, if you're your BTRs, if you're your Enigma Galaxy, if you're Titan, LGD, like all these teams are like, I think, looking really happy with what happened today, and they're just feeling like even an average day tomorrow will be enough to make it in top 16. You want to step up, of course, for the last chance because top 5 is going to be a completely different ball game. We need to see improvements on that end. But yeah, Group Yellow, I think that, as said also by the commentators and analysts that were looking at Group Yellow, it's not looking good for them to just even make it through the survival stage itself. So it's looking really tough for them on their second day tomorrow.
You know, Sandstorm, that'd be kind of depressing actually, because again, Reject, they came so close to qualifying to the finals directly within Group Yellow, and then to see them struggle here. I mean, it has been a really hit or miss kind of day. They were able to get, I think it was 8 points in the last match just by sneaking through. I think Divine is the last man alive. But there's still a lot of like other really big names in it. Like IHC, I expected quite a bit out of. FaZe Clan, I'm expecting quite a bit out of, and yet we're not really seeing it.
Yeah, a lot of I mean, look, we're having the best teams in the world. It's bound to have a couple of teams that are just not able to perform whatsoever. But I'm just surprised by, I guess, some of the names that are actually just not performing that well. But there is some good news, though. The Group Green dominated Group Yellow and Group Red in the same fashion, getting 4 chicken dinners for themselves. So the fact that Group Yellow didn't perform better than Group Green in today's games just goes to show that tomorrow's games between these two groups are going to be insanely close. They're going to be so spicy. It's going to be ridiculous.
I find it very interesting because right now there is a legit chance that going into the last in the last chance of the tournament here to make it to the grand finals, the top 5 teams are all Group Green teams.
It is!
Like, there is an absolute chance that no one of Group Red or Group Yellow makes it, seeing how dominant our top 5 to 6 teams currently are. And that would be mental, and really, once again, Group Green would be fully deserving of the name of Group of Death because so many teams would make it through. That would be mental.
I mean, hey, that's the upside to the format we're running, right? We were really interested in... and really, I think, happy with how it's kind of played out. I mean, yeah, having a group of death, but giving that second chance for teams to qualify, having the strongest teams get through, that's what it's all about here. And it has worked out, well, pretty well from what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I want to give my respect to the tournament organizers. I think this is the best format we've had ever. It's just so many cool little storylines. Oh, it was you, Jason? Good job, Jason. I love it. You got so many cool little storylines, like mini tournaments happening, and every time you got a chance to qualify. I think the step-by-step evolution of this PMGC has been the best ever. So I'm really enjoying it, and I think it gives, as you said, every chance to make it eventually throughout the tournament to the grand finals.
Yeah, plus with, like you said, how many stories are being told across every single game in every single day. Like we've had Group Red, how close it was with the top 2, how close it was when it came to the 3rd team to qualify straight to the grand finals, how close it was towards the end, 11th, 12th, 13th place. Group Green, Group of Death, like every group had its own flavor. It had its own taste that it was showing as well on the broadcast. So definitely a pleasure to be witnessing every single one of them, and very happy with it.
I think Max knows exactly what I'm going to do right now, considering I heard a cheeky little laugh and a smile out of him. You're saying every group had their own flavor and taste. Can you describe each group and the flavor and taste that you got from
it? Okay. You know what? Because of how spicy the first one was, and because it's Group Red, I'm going to give it... I'm going to say that first one is like eating a very hot chili. How about that one? That's for Group Red. Group Yellow, it's like a pepper. Not that spicy, but it's okay. It does well.
You know what? I don't even want to hear the rest of them because you're just sticking with chilies and peppers, and that's no fun. But you know what is fun? Heading down to the stage with Flava for an interview with Vampire Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to the main stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022 Survival Stage, day number 2. We've just concluded all 6 matches for the day. And of course, joining me up here right on the main stage is none other than my man here from Vampire Esports. And of course, together with our amazing interpreter right here. Alright, so how are you feeling? Amazing performance today. So yeah, how are you guys feeling?
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างหลังจากการจบการแข่งขันแล้วกับถือว่าทำผลงานได้ยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียว
ก็รู้สึกดีมากๆครับเพราะว่าเราเล่นฟอร์มเก่าที่เคยเล่นกันครับแต่ว่าแอบเสียดายนิดหน่อยที่ว่าเกมสุดท้ายเราไม่สามารถแซง HVVP ได้ครับผม
So he said he's really happy for the performance today but a little bit of disappointed at the last match because they couldn't beat like HVVP.
Alright, nevertheless still amazing performance from you guys, but I get that feeling over there. And of course, now that you guys have a very high probability of getting into the last chance that's going to be happening this weekend, which team would you rather not meet in that stage and why?
อันนี้ก็ถือว่าเรามีโอกาสที่จะเข้ารอบไปรอบลึกๆเราคิดว่าทีมไหนอะที่เราไม่มีโอกาสที่จะเจอละในรอบต่อไป
ไม่เจอ
ใช่
มันยังบอกไม่ได้ครับแต่ว่ากลุ่ม3น่าสุ่มเสี่ยงครับเพราะว่าวันนี้เขาแต้มเขาน้อยกันมากเลยครับแต่ละทีม
He said it's kind of hard to say it out but probably maybe the group of yellow yeah because they did a bit of the points is not that good yeah
there you have it, group of yellow, a little bit respect going on right there. And of course, do you think that HVVP and you will keep the first and second place until the end of survival stage, which is tomorrow itself, or will there be somebody who will be beating you guys? And of course, or is there some teams from other groups which can actually reach your amount of points?
แล้วก็คิดว่าทีมเราอะแวมไพร์กับทีม HVP อะจะเข้าถึงรอบ Survival ไหมเป็นที่1ที่2หรือว่านอกจากนี้ยังมองว่ามีทีมอื่นอีกไหมที่จะเข้าไปด้วยอะไรเงี้ย
ท็อป5ผมว่าทีมแวมไพร์กับ HVVP น่าจะทำได้ครับแล้วก็อีก3ทีมผมว่าน่าจะมี A7 เนี่ยติดมาแน่ๆครับผมแต่อีก2ทีมผมไม่แน่ใจครับ
So he's pretty sure that of course HVVP and Vampire will go to the top 5 and another one will be A7 and another 2 he not really sure maybe gonna see another performance again.
Right, there you have it. Of course, this is my last question to you, right? So tomorrow we're going to be seeing the red group going up against the yellow group itself. So do you have anything to say to these teams that will be competing tomorrow itself? Any teams in particular that you have in mind that you think will pose a threat to you guys? Or or you think you're safe in your position in second place right now?
สำหรับพวกนี้ก็จะเป็นทีมของกลุ่มสีแดงแล้วก็สีเหลืองในการพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งเรามีอะไรจะฝากถึงเพื่อนๆในทั้ง2กลุ่มนี้บ้างไหมครับ
ก็อยากจะฝากถึงทีมไทยครับก็วันนี้ดูแต้มเขาน้อยครับอยากให้เร่งเครื่องครับอยากให้ไปด้วยกันครับผม
So he just give all his heart to Thai team again that beat it up and make it more and make it happen to the final round together.
Wow, I truly love that response because not only that he's actually focusing on the performance of his own team, but he's also looking up for his other brethren from Thailand itself. So thank you so much. Amazing interview we have together with Vampire Esports right here. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our final interview we have right here on the main stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. This is day number 2 of the survival stage itself. So we're going to be passing over to our analyst to do a little bit more analytics of what has transpired throughout the whole day and a conclusion of what has tried throughout the conclusion of the 2 days that we had right here at Survivor Stage, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Well, Vampire Esports leave Sandstorm. Why do you ruin the show? What are you doing?
I was just waiting back at them.
I was just too harsh. But good to hear from Vampire talking about how, one of the Thai teams leave no team behind here, and they can all potentially make it into the finals together, which honestly would be pretty crazy to see, like, potentially 3 other Thai teams get through. To have one region just have a ton of teams in there would really, I guess, put the final lick on the stamp to send the envelope to the way of all the players around the world that Thailand is the best region in the world. But gentlemen, quick thoughts though of the day so far. Max, let's start off with you because it's been a quite interesting day.
I mean, I could go the short version, which is Group Green good. I don't know where else to go with that one, and I think that really to set expectations for tomorrow, it is Group Yellow need to wake up. I feel like I'm very harsh on what we saw today, but I think that a lot of things can be improved from these teams in Group Yellow. I think a lot of them have potential. I mean, you and me, Jason, both expressed that we are a little bit disappointed with these big names when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports underperforming at this level. It is their one chance to make it to the grand finals. Like your GKs, your FaZe, we'd like to see them reject. Game Law doing actually surprisingly well out of Group Yellow. Good for them, but I want to see a step up from the teams tomorrow, because if you have just an average day, currently where they stand, they will not make it into the last chance.
All right, well, Sandstorm, leave it all up to you.
Looking at how Group Green performed in front of Group Red and Yellow kind of tells me, or gives me an idea that Red and Yellow are very evenly matched compared to the likes of Group Green. So tomorrow's games are going to be very, very close. I like the fact that we saw a resurgence of some of the teams that are hanging back a little bit in the leaderboard. That just means that it's going to be that much closer in those final moments and closing moments of tomorrow's games. And just the way I look at it, some teams definitely did outperform what we thought they were going to do, and some teams, or a lot of teams, really just didn't show what we thought that they were made of. But it's going to be an exciting day 3. I'm waiting for those last 6 games, and I'm just curious to find out who are actually going to be the 16 teams in that final stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the upside, right? Tomorrow, there's still 6 matches left to go. There's still a chance here for the teams that have been underperforming to show us what they've got. But we're all going to find out tomorrow, though. We'll be back at the exact same time, and we're going to find out which teams will go through into the last chance, and then eventually which teams will be into PMGC Grand Finals. We'll see you guys then.